Good evening. I'm going to call to order the March 9th, 2026 meeting of the City Council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Councilmember Rechtel.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. Mayor Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
All right, excellent. Well, first up, we have our noticed closed session, public employee appointment for the city attorney. Do we have any public comment on that item?
Yes, we do. For item AA1. Our first speaker is Herb B.
Afternoon. I sent you an email letter with a couple of attachments. One was an article from the San Jose Spotlight when the city attorney candidate, Mr. Jensen, resigned, indicating that there was a change in the council majority relating to amount of development. And there's also been a report in the local papers about personality differences, and generally we tend to hear those of them. Those who want to focus on the development part will do that. And we had similar problems in Palo Alto when a prior city attorney pointed out that the city manager and the director of planning both had conflicts of interest on Stanford issues because their wives work for Stanford, yet were participating. The city manager changed it into a personality dispute, and the city attorney lost his job. And at the other end, when more pro-development members of the Planning Commission were appointed, they were all rude, and I suppose people thought they would concentrate on the fact, and they did concentrate on the fact of them being rude rather than focusing on the development potential issues. So that's the one thing that I provided here, which is that it was involved with an issue of a change in how intensively the city would be developed. The other item I provided you is a copy of Mr. Jensen's contract with the city of Cupertino. And there was an interesting thing on page 11, the signature page, which also has a place to fill in the date when the person signed it. And Mr. Jensen did not fill in that date. Now, I don't know anything about the importance of doing that, but the attorneys on the council can inform the others in closed session what the reasons for having someone put in the date when they sign it, and the arguments for and against whether that has any implication or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on closed session item AA1.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Brock. The reason you may have seen me also conferring with the Vice Mayor is that we had actually conferred with staff earlier today, and for various scheduling reasons of people needed in this closed session, we are going to flip-flop the two closed sessions. So we will take your closed session comment into account when we hear that later in the evening. I want to open up public comment on the last closed session item, which is on the agenda, which is, oh, I see we have this amended agenda item, but it didn't get put in here. Okay, well, it was the federal legislation matter.
Item number 12.
Item number 12.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So this is the conference with legal counsel, potential litigation in the 4 cases identified on item 12. So is there any public comment on that item?
We have no requests to speak and no hands are raised for closed session item 12. And just to confirm, Mayor, so for item AA1, will we be closing public comment or will we be taking additional public comment this evening?
We can check and see if other people want to make comment, then that is fine. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Brock did not have to come back and that we have taken his public comment into account for that item, and wanted to see if there's any other items, public comment on the item listed as 12 that is being re-agendized as our first action item tonight.
No comments.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then with that, I would entertain a motion to move into closed session for the conference with legal counsel on potential litigation.
So move. Second.
Thank you. So that was Lithcott, Hames, and Rectal. Seeing no lights on for council comment, would you take a vote, please?
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt? Councilmember Lithcott Hames?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. We are scheduled to be back at 6 o'clock. We know we have our Youth Arts Month recognition then, and we will do our best, but as you know, closed session is somewhat unpredictable. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call back to order this evening's meeting, and we have concluded our closed session, and we do have reportable action. I will report that the council in closed session voted unanimously to authorize the city attorney to become a signatory, for the city to become a signatory to future amicus briefs in the 4 cases identified in the closed session agenda, titled U.S. versus Minnesota, U.S. versus City of Rochester, U.S. versus City of Newark, and U.S. versus City of New York. And I note that in so doing, the city will not incur any additional legal costs. So that is our report. And so with that, we will move on to our special order of the day, and it is a proclamation recognizing March 2026 as Youth Arts Month. And I've asked Councilmember Liu to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Excited to read this. Whereas the City of Palo Alto is proud to proclaim March 2026 as Youth Arts Month in Palo Alto, as part of the Council for Art Education's national observance to emphasize the importance of art education for all children and to encourage engagement in local art programs, and whereas the City of Palo Alto's Community Service Department and Library Department proudly support youth arts and offer an array of educational materials and youth classes, including drawing, painting, ceramics, fiber arts, digital photography, fashion design, and mixed media. And whereas the Community Service Department also proudly supports the Palo Alto Children's Theater, which serves the community with educational experiences in all aspects of performing arts, including year-round productions on multiple stages at the Children's Theater, multidisciplinary performing arts classes and camps for youths ages 2 through high school, magical series, spectrum and sensory-friendly performances and classes, and the Teen Arts Council, providing free events for arts for teens throughout the school year. The Arts Center engages thousands of children ranging from 18 months to 18 years with after-school and weekend art classes, family workshops, and summer camps in a variety of media, as well as through their volunteer and teen leadership program and free family days. The Palo Alto Library Department provides hands-on creative arts and crafts programs for youth in our community, as well as gallery space to youth artists. And whereas over the past 4 to 5 decades, the city has partnered with the Palo Alto Unified School District to provide meaningful multidisciplinary arts education programs to youth. These include the Children's Theater, outreach theater productions in all 12 PAUSD elementary schools, student matinee field trips, and PK3 dance and school classes, as well as new Joy of Singing and Joy of Musical theater classes. The Arts Center offers Project Look, its field trip program, Creative Connections, its Artists in the School initiative, and the annual Youth Art Exhibition, all designed to engage and inspire young artists in the community. These programs have engaged thousands of children annually and have won awards in the process, including 2 California State Superintendent Awards for Excellence in Museum Education. And whereas recognizing Youth Arts Month provides a forum to celebrate the valuable skills children foster through art education, such as problem solving, creativity, curiosity, observation, and communication, by recognizing the celebration, we can further promote awareness, enthusiasm, and support for art education programs, which are an essential part of the educational curriculum for our students. Now, therefore, Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby recognizes March 2026 as Youth Arts Month in the City of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Liu, for reading that. And I understand that we now have the Director of Visual and Performing Arts at the Palo Alto, at PAUSD, Kelly Martin, and we have the Arts Coordinator for Learning and Construction of the Santa Clara County Office of Education, Sophia Rojas, ready to speak and address us. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council for recognizing Arts Education Month and for supporting the important role that the arts play in our students' education. My name is Kelly Martin, Director of Visual and Performing Arts for PAUSD. In PAUSD, Youth Arts Month is a time to celebrate the extraordinary creativity of our students and the dedication of our arts educators. Our K-12 students participate in a rich variety of visual and performing arts experiences, including drawing, painting, sculpture, instrumental and choral music, theater, and design. These programs nurture imagination, problem-solving, and confidence while giving students meaningful ways to express their ideas and perspectives. We appreciate your commitment to celebrating and supporting the arts in our schools and community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Vinker and members of the Palo Alto City Council. Thank you for supporting arts education in our schools by presenting Youth Arts Month proclamation tonight. I am Dr. Sofia Fojas, the Arts Coordinator for the Santa Clara County Office of Education and also a resident of Palo Alto. I lead Artspiration, SCCOE's Arts Education Initiative, and in my role, I support districts implementing a comprehensive arts education, co-manage Arts Ed Connect grant to teachers with SV Creates, our County Arts Council, and conduct the Young Artist Showcase. I also represent Santa Clara County Office of Education at the state level with the California County Superintendent's Arts Initiative. Last Saturday, SCCOE and SV Creates partnered on the first ever Arts Education Resource Fair at Raft. We had a panel discussion about Prop 28, Arts and Music in Schools, an Arts Ed Connect grant panel discussion, and a hands-on session with Armando Castellano from Quinteto Latino. And then on Friday, March 20th, SCCOE is presenting our 4th annual Vivo Mariachi Showcase at the Mexican Heritage Plaza Theater, a celebration of music, Mexican music and dance with youth groups from districts from San Jose, Milpitas, Campbell, Monterey, and Santa Cruz. So on behalf of the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and as a child who learned the violin in the 4th grade, and went on to become both a music teacher and an arts administrator, I know the power of arts education, both personally and professionally. And I want to thank you for recognizing March's Youth Arts Month on behalf of the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fojas and Ms. Martin, and I'm glad to know you're a resident. I understand there's a youth speaker. Oh, please come on up.
Hi, I just want to say thank you, Mayor Vinker and Vice Mayor Stone. It's great to see you for recognizing this month as Youth Arts Month. I come here as a student. I'm a part of the Teen Arts Council and the recently formed Teen Arts Council Film Lab. Palo Alto arts programs have changed my life. When I moved here to Palo Alto right before 6th grade, it also happened to be right before the pandemic. And as quarantine restrictions were lightening up in my quest to find friends and a community, I happened upon an audition for the Palo Alto Children's Theater Berenstain Bears on stage. I was clueless, I had no idea what I was doing, and I was not very good. But Mr. Lucky, who's here with us today, and he will assure me otherwise, but I'm pretty sure he only gave me the role of too tall because I was slightly taller than the kid who played Brother Bear. I have grown so much because of the Children's Theater. I did not know back then, 6 years ago, that the Children's Theater would change my life, nor that it would become a home for me and so many others. Since then, I have had films screen on C-SPAN networks across the nation and in Times Square in New York City. I have been to theater conferences internationally. I represent 7,000 California thespians on the as a state thespian officer this year, and I was just notified this morning that I'll be the director for the festival finale for the third largest theater festival in the world. And so I have grown so much, and it is all thanks to the arts programs here at Palo Alto. We can clap for that. Recently, with Callie sort of reducing the arts classes or the theater classes from 3 to 1 periods, and the loss of our video production class, among many other arts classes, as well as the loss of my friend and classmate Summer Mehta. The importance of arts education and arts and youth engagement has become ever more pertinent to me, not just for me, but to the students across Palo Alto and beyond. This year, Mr. Lucky, Marika Gabbery, who's the Director of Theater Operations, and many other staff that I couldn't possibly begin to list the names of, made it possible for us to found an initiative called the Teen Arts Council Film Lab, where we're making a short film fully by teens, many of them who've never worked on a film before, for actually the Palo Alto Unified School District for their healthy relationships and consent education workshops. It has been a massive success and a wonderful community for the students that have been involved. It actually, if you guys know the movie Sinners, the re-recording mixer on that, Sinners is the most, I believe it's the most Academy Award nominated film ever. The re-recording mixer saw our pitch deck and is getting Skywalker to help us with the film. And so, yes, let's give an applause for Mr. Lucky and Marika and for all the people that have helped with that initiative. It's been, and I'm really here just to advocate for programs like these. If we want students to be engaged in the arts, to find avenues to better our mental health, to become advocates for our community, to be successful citizens, youth arts is more important than ever before. And so as a student, please, expand arts programs, increase our budgets, give us support, spread the word. This is the greatest thing that you could do for the youth of tomorrow. Thank you.
And we'd like to invite all of you up here to take a photo with council if you would like. So Dr. Fojas, Ms. Martin, students, come on up. All right, well, that's a tough act to follow, but follow we must. So move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We've already mentioned one, but City Manager, if you could recap where we are.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. For members of the public who have just joined us, there was one change in the order of agenda items. The City Council has already taken up item number 12, which is the closed session related to litigation, and the Mayor announced the outcome of that. The item that's labeled AA1 that was scheduled for 5:30 will be held or will be heard at the end of tonight's agenda. And I believe that's the only, well, let me also note that 2 items were removed from the agenda. Item 7 related to a contract with Geosyntec Consultants that will be brought back at a later agenda. And item number 10 related to Senate Bill 79 was removed from the agenda and will be heard at a later date. That's it.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to public comment on items not on the agenda tonight. And Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have so far?
We have 6 requests to speak.
Okay, excellent. Please go ahead.
Our first speaker is Shawnee Kay, who has a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mayor Vinker, I'm Shani Kleinhaus, and I speak on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, not on behalf of the PRC. I'm also a resident here. So next week, the bird-friendly design item is on your agenda, and I thought I might give you a little bit of just a few words on the importance of birds and where you can find birds. So this first map that you see is a map of bird diversity in North America. As you can see, California has a large bird diversity. Not everywhere is the same. Obviously, they're more near water, but that's not the only consideration of why California, with its amazing diversity of habitats, has amazing diversity of bird life. Can go to the next one. So there was a story that followed a large study that was published in the journal Nature, showing that birds are not just in decline, which we knew already, but the decline is accelerating, and we're losing more and more species and numbers of birds. And the main reason that they identified is intensive agriculture and pesticides. However, that's not the only one. Obviously, they're losing water, they're losing habitat, and in the urban areas, a lot of them fall victim to human-related infrastructure, like buildings and cats that are outdoors and so on. So I just thought it might be good to keep that in mind, buy organic produce, and take care of our birds. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Hi. The National Policing Institute was asked by our city to use its expertise to analyze and interpret 2 years of our police racial and identity profiling data, often referred to as RIPA data, which is required to be compiled annually in the state of California by officers for each stop they make of drivers, bicyclists, pedestrians. The Institute's analysis and interpretation was provided to the city without charge. Thank you. City Manager Shikata and Chief Bender worked on that, I know, together. It's now available to you in today's agenda under information reports. It's the first one, I think, A. So if you want, check it out. This is important, the RIPA data, because over the long term, unfortunately, the trajectory of it in some ways isn't changing, no matter what steps we've taken here in our city to rectify some wrongs. The Institute findings show that Black people are markedly more adversely impacted by the PAPD stops than other ethnicities. They have the highest rate of action taken by police after a stop compared to other ethnicities. They are subjected to the highest number of searches, yet have the lowest rate of police finding contraband. They are more likely to be arrested after being stopped, and were significantly less likely to be stopped at night when it was more difficult to detect race than during the daytime when race could be seen by officers. This is not good news, but it's not new news. Years of PAPD arrests show Black and Latinos seem to be disproportionately arrested to a significant degree, although Latinos had a better time of it in this analysis than one would have thought. The report ends in part, these recommendations will position PAPD to make its stop data more actionable, interpretable, and meaningful, improving transparency, and ensure that policing practices are equitable and evidence-based. The Institute had suggestions and recommendations. Some I think are more valuable than others. Some are valuable on several RIPA issues. The PAPD accepted some and rejected some. But unfortunately, the Institute makes no conclusions about the stop data, and I'm focusing here on Black folks, what I read tonight. So the big question we're left with is, what the heck are we going to do? Perhaps our independent police auditor might have some thoughts on this. Surely we can't ignore these findings. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Prisha G.
Good evening, council members. My name is Prisha Goel. I'm a junior at Palo Alto Middle College. I remember something that really sticks out to me, which was during my first year of high school when I ran across country. We would train outside every day, even when the air quality wasn't great. I remember thinking about how strange it felt that something as simple as the air we breathe outside could make running so risky when it's actually healthy. And moments like that remind me how real climate and pollution impacts are for young people. And that's why Palo Alto's climate goals matter so much to me. As we approach the 2030 and our 80-30 target, I'm hoping we can make progress by shifting away from natural gas. When I've talked with the community members near me, I've noticed that gas stoves are often the last appliance people think about replacing. But that's what's interesting, is that if you change the stove, you often change the entire house. Many homes keep gas lines just for the cooking, and once those gas lines exist, it becomes easier to install more gas appliances, even though they're less efficient long-term. Induction stoves are a great alternative. They boil water faster, allow precise temperature control, and most importantly, keep indoor air safer for people with respiratory conditions. Even professional chefs like Salmon Nosrat, who cooks professionally, say they would never go back to gas. I'd like to share this fact. I recently spoke with Alan Curatori, Lisa Belier, and Diane Bailey from the Utilities Department. One thing that really stuck out with me is what they mentioned, that people don't care about how their water is heated, but they care about how their food is cooked. If we start by helping residents transition away from gas stoves, it can make it easier for households to move away from gas overall. I'm really encouraged by the progress Palo Alto has already made, reducing natural gas use by 31.9%. Programs like rebates and the induction stove loaner program at the Palo Alto libraries are a big step in the right direction, and I'm very thankful for this progress. I hope the city continues expanding information, incentives, and demonstrates the need to switch so that more residents feel confident making the switch. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Larry M.
Good evening, Mayor Vineker, Vice Mayor Stone, members of the City Council. My name is Larry Moody. I serve as the Government Affairs Community Liaison for Job Train, a workforce development organization that has been serving the Bay Area community for over 60 years. I'm here to invite the City of Palo Alto and you, the members of the council, to come to our April 16th Breakfast of Champions event. It's our annual fundraising event, and it gives us an opportunity to really put our organization on display for all of you who are the electeds and stakeholders here on the peninsula. The Breakfast of Champions is we're in our 12th season with this fundraising endeavor, but it also gives anyone in attendance an opportunity to network, to connect with their colleagues, and to learn more about the work that we're doing in this workforce space at JobTrain. Dr. Nadine Burke Harris will be our keynote speaker. She is the former Surgeon General of the state of California. Ted Robinson will serve as our host and MC. And we're here to highlight the fact that we are advocating for economic mobility for all the members of our peninsula community. We all know that it takes career training, certificated training, and education to raise the ability for our local residents to compete for affordable housing. So here at JobTrain, we are making sure that our trainees graduate with certifications that will allow them to compete for affordable wage careers. So I want you to be a part of that conversation. Come join us on April 16th. We start with the reception at early in the morning at 7:30 a.m., but we will welcome everyone into our main facility, which is the Hyatt Regency San Francisco, located in Burlingame, at 8:30 in the morning. Hope to see the city of Palo Alto there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Valen V.
Hi, my name is Valen Varanasi, and I am a 10th grader attending Los Altos High. Thank you all for listening and addressing our concerns. I'm here because I believe induction cooking is one of the most simple and impactful ways towards electrification. In the City Council meeting on Monday, March 2nd, Councilmember Burt said it best. 3 years ago, we placed 2 burner induction cooktops right on top of our gas stove. Guess where it is today? We just won't go back. That experience is what we hear over and over. People just need a chance to try it. That's where the Learner Program comes in. We want to help make sure that we can help you guys with the Loaner Program, whether that's supplying units, helping outreach, or supporting live demos. We are flexible and we're ready to help in whatever way is most useful to the city. In summary, we want to support what the City Council already is pushing for and help get as many induction stoves into as many homes as possible. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Maura O.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker, Vice Mayor Greer, council members, city staff, and community. I'm here today to celebrate Pali student Avro Shah. Many of you may know him from his various advocacy efforts, including as part of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, especially during City Council public comments. Last Thursday, many of us from Palo Alto went up to San Francisco for a historic event. Avro is one of 18 youth plaintiffs in the case Genesis versus EPA. That's the Environmental Protection Agency. The youth plaintiffs were at the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in San Francisco to affirm that the courts have a duty to hear constitutional claims brought by children whose rights are being directly harmed by the government policies, arguing that the EPA's current regulatory practices fail to protect children equally under the law and violate their fundamental rights to life and equal protection. Represented by our Children's Trust, a public interest nonprofit law firm, Avro and the 18 youth plaintiffs are part of more than 10 legal battles, including a successful landmark case in Montana in 2023. On Thursday, arguments were heard, followed by nearly 100 community members gathered outside the courthouse to show support for the plaintiffs. The decision on whether the case will be reinstated will be announced in the coming months. For now, I hope we can invite Avro Shah back to officially address our community and celebrate and honor his personal dedication leading on behalf of his generation of young people. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you to our public speakers. We will move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Colleagues? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to start by making sure everybody is aware that the city is holding a listening session this Thursday, March 12th at 6 p.m. regarding the potential for the temporary closure of Churchill Avenue in light of recent suicides. The purpose of the listening session is to convene community members and collect information about the potential temporary closure of the Churchill Avenue rail crossing. The information gathered will allow staff and local and regional partners to identify key issues and concerns. This is all in furtherance of the city's commitment to bring this question to council within 60 days from some weeks ago, which 60 days will end up being sometime in mid-April. And part of this 60-day period in which the city is considering the various options and upsides and downsides, part of that includes a commitment to having a community listening session. So this is that session, this Thursday, the 12th of March, 6 p.m. in the Palo Alto Unified School District boardroom on Churchill. Little bit more lighthearted. My second report out is that the city is planning to host and co-sponsor the city's first Pride event. It will take place on Sunday, June 7th in the afternoon at City Hall with a spillover to the closed-off portion of Ramona Street for a more festive atmosphere. The event is led by local high school youth in our community with support from Director Kristen O'Kane and her team, nonprofits like Youth Community Service, faith communities, and a few of us on council. Toward that end, we are hoping to rustle up some funds to support the event. And if one of my colleagues will join me in supporting this, or more, one or more, would love to see us use some council contingency funds on this. In terms of the budget, I think if we were able to allocate not to exceed $10,000 for this, we should be in good shape in doing our part. Others are contributing as well. That's it for me.
Great. I'm going to jump in here. So I want to thank our public commenter, Ms. Oman, for bringing up Avro Shah. Yes, he is known to us, and that's terrific news. And thank you for sharing his work on lawsuits to basically protect the fundamental rights of children to grow up without the impacts of a planet diminished by climate change. So thank you for that. Yes, I am the colleague working with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames and Director O'Kane and others on the Pride event. I couldn't be more pleased after years of waiting to see the community efforts that were underway and to join in supporting them. And we have committed to the city sponsoring, and as I've communicated, I like the idea of council funds. Thank you for lifting that up, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, and we will bring that more formally forward in the future. I also wanted to thank the Palo Alto Chamber Women in Enterprise and Leadership Palo Alto for inviting me to speak last week at a celebration of women alumni of Leadership Palo Alto at the Art Center. It was a tremendously uplifting event, and I thank them for that. It also gave me a venue to announce our city's Women's History Month celebration at our very own council meeting in a couple of weeks on March 23rd, when two things will happen. First, I have invited back to Chambers all former women council members and mayors to be present for a special proclamation recognizing them and other women leaders. And council that night, our action item will be voting on implementing the foundational principles of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, better known to many of you as CEDAW. It's a milestone about 10 years in the making, so I hope that we will give it some special consideration, and I invite the public to come give comment on their views of it. And immediately after the vote, we will recess briefly for a celebratory reception in the lobby. So I hope you can join us. And with that, I'll move on to Councilmember Burt.
Just briefly, I would like to voice my support for utilizing council contingency funds in support of the upcoming Pride event.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and an update on work that the JED Foundation has been doing for the city, as well as some other opportunities for community engagement in the next couple of weeks. So as we all know, the JED Foundation was contracted with the city back in the fall. They've been doing incredible work already, working with staff almost every day since the most recent tragedy about a month ago, continuing to help develop policies and a response framework. They're currently working on a report that should be released to us in about April. I know that will be agendized at the city schools, the City Schools Committee for discussion and available for members of the public to be able to review as far as a needs assessment as they further develop kind of policy recommendations for us to be able to continue to do more work. They're also going to be in town this month. Next week, they're hosting 2 focus groups. The first one will be on Tuesday, March 17th from 6:45 to 7:45 p.m. And that is going to be a focus group for teens ages 13 to 17 for JED to be able to gain insight on mental health issues and preferred methods of support for the community. That, again, will be on Tuesday, March 17th, 6:45 to 7:45 at the Lucy Stern Community Center. Then they will be hosting another focus group for young adults between the ages of 18 to 30 to be able to gain their insight on mental health issues and their preferred methods for support for the community. And that will be on Thursday, March 19th from 3:15 to 4:15 at the Mitchell Park Community Center. And both those focus groups really critical for them to really be able to have a truly more holistic understanding about Palo Alto and our own kind of unique struggles, and to be able to actually hear that from our most impacted groups. JED is also, then there's also several opportunities for community members to be able to learn more about how we can help our struggling neighbors through grief or recognizing signs of distress in those who are struggling with mental health. So the first one is also being organized by the JED Foundation. It is a community processing group, and JED is inviting community members to be able to connect with local grief support organizations such as Alcove, CARA, and others. And this community grief processing session will offer a shared environment to be able to normalize, validate, and express emotions following loss in an effort to be able to promote collective healing. And that is open to the community as just a place to be able to share grief and seek guidance to be able to support one another. And that will be on Thursday, March 19th from 7 to 8 p.m. at the Mitchell Park Community Center. Then there are several other kind of similar support groups that are being organized. These aren't by the JED Foundation, but by other incredible local nonprofits and advocates. So the next one is You Can Help, Recognizing Signs of Distress. We learn about helping to support individuals who may be struggling and how to connect them with appropriate resources when needed. So that's going to be on Wednesday, March 18th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Mitchell Park Community Center. That one's open to all ages. And then they're going to be doing a similar one on Thursday, March 19th from 5:15 to 6:30 p.m. And that one's going to be open to people 21 and younger, also at the Mitchell Park Community Center. Then there is, am I repeating myself? Okay, sorry. And then the final one is through the Children's Health Council. And they actually asked me to share this brief invitation. They said, recent events in our community remind us how important it is for parents and caregivers to feel prepared to talk with their teens about mental health, stress, difficult emotions, and even suicide.
Children's Health Council is hosting 2 evenings on their Palo Alto campus aimed at supporting parents and caregivers with practical guidance, strategies, and conversation skills that can help strengthen connections with teens. Join Children's Health Council experts for a supportive session designed to help parents feel more confident navigating these important conversations with their teens. And that is being offered on 2 nights, Wednesday, March 18th or Thursday, March 26th, between 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Children's Health Council offices, and that's located at 650 Clark Way here in Palo Alto. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you very much. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, you have?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one thing to add to the Vice Mayor's excellent list. Just also received word that there is a final event with JED, a community meeting with JED, to learn about and ask questions about their work on the 17th of March at the Art Center. I don't have a particular time for that. Wondering if anybody within my earshot of my voice knows the answer. 4:30 to 6 on the 17th. More of a broad, come if you want to learn more about what JED is about and what they're up to, as opposed to some of the, all of the other ones listed, which are really much more targeted around specific subjects or different demographics in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I think we're done with our council member comments, and we'll move on to our study session, item 2, 51 Encina Avenue. Request for council pre-screening. Looks like Director Late is approaching. I'll note that we're 10 minutes behind, so not too badly. We'll see if we can catch up.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Stephen Switzer, our senior planner, is going to present this project with the goal of making up those 10 minutes.
All right, well, let's take a quick trip to 51 Encina Avenue. Next slide, please. As noted, this is a pre-screening, so this is required for legislative changes. This is a request for a pre-screening for a text amendment to our zoning code. The first step in the process is to conduct this hearing tonight and to provide some early feedback to the applicant. No formal decisions are to be made, and council members are expected to refrain from forming firm opinions as the proposal may return for a future formal action. Moving on. As for the actual project itself, this is to expand our bonus floor area and transfer of development rights, or TDR benefits, to a historic Category 1 and 2 buildings in the CS district. So currently our transfer of development rights program is in the downtown, the commercial CD district. Moving on. To orient ourselves for the project location, this is located at 51 Encina Avenue. Some adjacent uses are the Palo Alto Medical Foundation campus to the north and the Peninsula Healthcare Connection actually to the west, and some CS-owned office properties to the east and the Town and Country Village Shopping Center to the south. And recently we've had some adjacent applications come before council and under processing with our department, notably a pre-screening at the Town and Country parking lots and a conditional use permit for a change of use for an eating and drinking establishment directly across the street of Urban Lane. Moving on, a little bit about the actual property itself. This is the 51 Encina Avenue. It was originally part of the 1835 Mexican land grant known as the Ranch Rinconada that was granted to Rafael Soto as part of the De Anza expedition. That was from 1775 through 1776 with the 240 settlers to establish San Francisco's Presidio and Mission. The granddaughter of Rafael Soto, Mary Greer O'Brien, had built the structure in 1909, or 1900, should I say, and it's listed from 1986 as a Category 2 on our local inventory under the settlement and exploration category. and some interesting history and ties to the larger Palo Alto area. The last of the Greers to live at the property, Lucas Greer, lived there from 1945, and he was part of the original Teamster team hauling the sand for Stanford's construction of their central quad. So moving along to some key considerations for the item tonight. The TDR program at large was established in the 1980s to encourage historic and seismic rehabilitation projects downtown. There's been some expansions to that program already, notably in 2003 and 2007, where the city expanded to its city-owned historic properties, as well as some select south of Forest area plan residential properties. The project site's proximity to downtown, as well as its commercial setting, should be considered. And currently, our TDR program has approximately around 32,000 square feet of TDRs available. And this project could generate up to 5,000 square feet, and that would be a combination of a seismic as well as a historic rehabilitation project. So each of those would garner the property 2,500 square feet. So combined would be a total of 5,000. This would be a limited scope and, in essence, a site-specific text amendment. Currently, there's only one eligible property in the CS district. If we're thinking of beyond historic, what's currently designated, there are no other Category 2, 3, or 4 properties currently that are CS. There are, out of the roughly 70 or so properties, the CS properties with 50 years older of age that could potentially be historic. 46 of those are unevaluated, so roughly 70% or 70 number of properties had dwindled down the list to that 46 of either past evaluations or considering demolitions of existing structures on the site. So if we think a little bit about our comprehensive plan and some of the goals and policies there, we have our policy L7.8 that promotes the adaptive reuse of buildings. We have our program 7.81 to expand our historic incentives, and our other program 8.3 to encourage innovative preservation approaches in the community. And if we're talking about the specific property, this would support a adaptive reuse of an existing Category 2 structure, and it would help offset some of those rehabilitation costs should the text amendment move forward. Without the amendment, the rehabilitation could potentially be financially constrained for the applicant. And if we're thinking about CEQA, this is not a project, so this is a preliminary review, so no determination needs to be made. A full review in accordance with CEQA would be initiated at that formal filing of a development application. And the recommended motion would be to conduct a pre-screening and provide some informal comments for the request to explain the 4 area bonuses and the transfer of development rights to a Category 1 or 2 structures on the city's historic inventory in the CS zoning district. And the applicant is available in person, and I believe they have a representative online to kind of expand a little bit further of the benefits that this would bring to their property. And I can entertain any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Were you planning on having them have a presentation now?
That would be the intent.
They're approaching. Okay, so then up to 10 minutes, but hopefully a little less. Thanks.
Hello, Mayor and Vice Mayor Stone and City Council members. My name is Eileen Richardson. I am the CEO of Peninsula Healthcare Connection, which is the medical clinic inside of the Opportunity Center. I've been CEO there since 2009 on a part-time basis, and about 3 years ago, much more full-time. We have been at the Opportunity Center working for the 20 years that it has been there, and all those years we have been looking out the classroom window at this old Victorian building that really wasn't being used at all and kept saying, our tiny little clinic, wouldn't it be amazing if we could also have that space? So it took about 20 years before Sutter Health finally said, we would love to partner with you on this building. We had, the Opportunity Center was great. It has 2 tiny rooms for our clinic, but when we started, it wasn't a state licensed clinic. It wasn't a federally qualified health center look-alike either. So we have really put a lot of sweat and tears into our little clinic, and we are bursting at the seams. My colleague Brandon Davis here will give you just some statistics quickly. But if we could make this move, this money could enable us to rehab this beautiful Victorian that is in disrepair and was really underused to a world-class mental health and medical center. And we are going to do that with the help of Hayes Architects, who have been pro bono architects for us. And we have deep partnerships with Stanford and with Sutter. And so a lot of people really on board. And some of you were even at our kickoff last year. Thank you, former Mayor Lowing. So I think that's it. And then Brandon, do you want to talk about some stats?
Hello, Council. My name is Brandon Davis, and I'm the VP of Growth and Strategy at Peninsula Healthcare Connection. I just want to thank you all, the Council, for your time and your attention for this great community need. And I also want to demonstrate a bit of this need with some numbers that share a bit about what that need is and how 51 Encina could serve to close that capacity gap. Currently, we've seen about an increase, a significant increase from about 74 visits a month to our clinic to about 239 a month this last year. We're up 4.3 times more uninsured visits, everyone absorbed by PHC, not the ER, not including what we will see in January, the year 2027, after Fed policy shifts. 40% of visits are new patients. The community is finding us faster than we currently have the ability to grow. 300 patients were turned away in the last 5 months alone. Wait times, PHC is booked out about 4 to 8 weeks. This is not a staffing problem, it's an infrastructure problem. The building is unfortunately a bottleneck, and there's no physical cap that can be lifted to allow us to see more. So I think the greater question is, how can we utilize 51 Encina to close some of these capacity gaps? And I'll tell you, 51 Encina is very conveniently next door, as Eileen was saying. So that's the same bus stop on the same bus line, one of our main bus lines in Santa Clara County. And that's the same trust and familiarity that we've built over the last 20 years with our clients. So this expansion serves to deliver 3 times the clinical space. That's multiple exam rooms and rooms dedicated to behavioral health as well. That's 400 plus additional visits per month at full build out. Dedicated therapy space, PHC can finally bill for and deliver ongoing therapy, not just psychiatry. And a walk-in capacity, no longer competing with appointments for the same 2 small rooms. So for 20 years, PHC has proven that people who have been failed by every other system will show up if a place feels safe, it feels comfortable. 51 Encina is our opportunity to build something that feels less like a clinic, more like a place to land, comfortable, community-facing, welcoming, and a place where people can breathe. So my ask is, and our ask is, that you consider approval of the rezoning application so PHC can activate 51 Encina and finally meet the demand that's already there.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for what you do every day at Peninsula Healthcare Connection. We appreciate that. We appreciate your presentation, and Mr. Switzer, I appreciate yours as well. And I also want to thank the Vice Mayor for not feeling badly about the last of the Greers? Something, the end of the Greers, something like that. Anyway, we'll keep that in context. So with that, are there any clarifying questions before we go to public comment that folks would like to, colleagues would like to ask? All right, seeing none, let's go to any public comment we might have on this matter.
We have 3 requests to speak. And our first speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Vinker and Vice Mayor Stone and council members, you have a number of individual projects going on Encina Avenue, and it seems to me you should be looking at them together. Since they influence each other, there's a move to try and get housing along Encina Avenue on the other side of the street. Also, I believe there was some recent permit on this particular property on some outbuilding, maybe a garage or a shed, you would think would be combined with this. And you also need the relationship with this project with other sites for Peninsula Healthcare Connection. They've had their corporate offices and a clinic at the Opportunity Center, but I thought they also had an office down in San Jose as well. In regard to the clientele, with patients with the medical conditions and income that the site will be serving, it would seem to be people who would normally qualify for something like Medi-Cal. So just who is the population who needs free care unless they are unable to get the government insurance that's available. In regard to making a zone change, in the past, the way we made those zone changes was the planned community zone, but the past council decided not to do any more of those. And I know there's the planned housing zone, which I still think should have occurred with the zoning amendment. But here, since you're doing a one at a time thing, and you only want it for this particular property, then it should say that for properties that are zone CS as of January 1st of this year. So it's not then used for something else going by. You'd also want to receive the financial documents for the organization. Their fiscal year ends on June 30th, and the last one that's available online from the Registry of Charitable Trusts is the one that ended June 30th on a report that came in on May 25 of last year. So you should be taking a look at that as well. As regard to how this fits in with the community and what's been done before, it seems to me that things have to be comprehensively done, not doing one item at a time. That this one, social service agency providing something. It should be a holistic, an overall look by the council of the different things that are doing, because if you were paying your own staff
Your time is up.
to do this, you couldn't do it on their budget. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for study session item 2.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, comments, questions? Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Specific to this project, I'm really glad that multiple groups are coming together in a community-oriented and sort of pro bono spirit to support PHC here. And in general, I love the idea that in a growing city that we prioritize and incentivize historic preservation. A few questions, though, just to understand what's actually happening on this project as proposed right now. How many square feet of TDRs would be granted as proposed? And do we know what the market rate of a square foot of a TDR is?
Great questions. So if we're talking about the preliminary or conceptual plans that were submitted, that's more geared towards what we would classify in our code currently as a rehab project. That would be granting a property approximately 2,500 of square footage of bonus floor area. If they were to include some seismic retrofitting of the building, that could allow them an additional 2,500 for a total of 5,000 square feet. Though the city doesn't track the actual sale of the transfer of development rights, there are some records of in public hearings as well as the private market that approximately around anywhere from $200 a square foot up in some areas up to $400 a square foot. So a project like this would garner the applicant anywhere from 500 to 500,000 to perhaps up to 2 million if we're looking at the high end of the spectrum.
Got it. So that is a huge economic subsidy in some form. How do we think about granting this as a one-time allocation of TDRs versus an ordinance change, which was, I believe, the recommended course here?
Well, if we're thinking about the request, it was kind of a little bit more far-reaching, but when staff looked at the numbers of properties that would be affected, it was few and limited to one site. So it kind of, as the cookie crumbled, ended up being a site-specific text amendment. So there's perhaps some additional language that, staff could investigate of expanding to other historic properties, expanding to other CS zone districts. But if we're looking at the text that the applicant had submitted, only one property would be eligible as of right now, and that's currently designated as a Category 1 or 2 structure.
Just to confirm, maybe I misheard, did the applicant's text specifically grant to this specific address, or are you saying it's only to one because of the way the current state is?
It's only to one because there's only one eligible property that meets the criteria that the applicant had proposed. So,
okay. And is this just for historic review, or is this also for the seismic retrofit portion of TDRs?
So this would be for the entire benefits of that bonus floor area program. So if we're looking at that chapter 1818 of the commercial downtown district that authorizes or implements the said TDR program, it grants it for either seismic individually, historic rehab individually, or combined seismic and rehab. And there's an additional category for oversized buildings and kind of a increased ratio of bonus floor area that's added, but this property wouldn't fall in that category. So they could be eligible for a seismic or a historic rehab project.
Okay. Is the project currently proposing a seismic rehab?
Well, the plans are preliminary, so as of now, they do not indicate that there's a seismic retrofit, but that could be proposed at a future date. So.
Okay. I mean, I think they're both worthy things to incentivize. I'm just trying to think about the scope of the change that we actually potentially move forward on. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing else in particular to say about the renovation project. It looks good. It fulfills a valuable community use. But TDRs are one of the greatest carrots or incentives we have for a variety of priorities. And they could be extended pretty widely or used pretty widely, depending on how council wants to potentially change ordinances. So I'd be curious what other council's members have to say about the sort of impact radius of any ordinance change we make right now. Personally, I'd be interested in exploring bigger changes. I just don't know if this is the right venue to make too big of changes. Thank you.
Colleagues? Surely someone wants to, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I think this is an appropriate and very positive way in which we use TDRs, and I support the approach. as I think about this particular project, it has the support of PAMP and the Hayes Group and apparently Stanford for good reason. Particularly PAMP and Stanford, it really aligns with their mission, and frankly, having healthcare early on for those who are in real need is the best thing for those people, and it greatly reduces the cost of emergency care at the same time. So it's a win all the way around, and I don't know how Stanford's supporting this, Stanford Hospital, but it seems like it's definitely something that they should be supporting enthusiastically and substantially. And I also was thinking about what may have been the last time we had a TDR action like this, and it was actually for the renovation of the Roth building. It's the major one that I'm thinking about, where actually here again was a building that these TDRs really served a community benefit. In that case, it's not only that is the Palo Alto Museum, but it's actually a building that the city owns, and so the benefit accrues back to the city for the most part. So I just want to lend my support for the concept and look forward to the project.
Councilmember Lowing.
I concur with what Councilmember Burt said in whole. I want to congratulate CEO Richardson for her vision, because she said this is a beautiful building. It can be a beautiful building, but I've been in that building, and I'm delighted to hear that it can be restored. During that event, I did a tour of the building at my own risk, and it really needs a lot of work. So it's just sort of delightful to me that this is a possibility and that there's a way to do this through this TDR process. I've also been in the Opportunity Center clinic area, and it's just astonishing to me what you folks can accomplish in there. And just, I think about it a lot, what you guys do there with just those two little rooms. That I think one of them used to be a closet that you turn into an exam room. So this is like a massive expansion to be able to do this next door with the combined partnerships, as Councilmember Burt pointed out. So in terms of approach, I definitely think we should all support looking into this in more detail, given this is a preliminary hearing. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I agree with Councilmember Burt. I'd be delighted to allow you to use my building in that way. It's named after me, right? Is that? But no, overall, I'm incredibly impressed by what has happened with your organization and the increased demand and what we're going to be able to provide for the community. Thanks for your leadership and your vision, and these this flexibility in our code is really designed to be able to promote things like this, and so I'm happy to have this move forward and to be able to see this historic building being able to be repurposed in this way. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm always really excited about historic architecture, and how can we find a way to be able to blend the past with our future. And so I really appreciate your willingness to kind of take this on, and with such incredible partnerships, and to serve such an important community need. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to this coming back to us for final approval.
Councilmember Rekdal.
Yeah, thank you for this project, and thank you for your work. Medical care for the unhoused is so important, and thank you for all the effort that you've done. We appreciate it. This is a great location. It's right next to the Opportunity Center, as you mentioned. Is this going to augment your 2 rooms, or are you just going to replace them? Augment, okay. And I'm curious also, you're right next to PAMF. How much interaction do you have with PAMF? Do you refer patients over to PAMF, or is it just 2 separate entities?
Before you answer that, why don't you come up to the microphone so they can hear you on remotely as well? Thank you.
So when I said we're partnered with Sutter, Sutter has purchased PAMF, so it's really the PAMF folks that we mostly work with. We don't necessarily send our people over to PAMF, we send them all over to Stanford because most of our doctors are, they work at Stanford full-time, but they see our patients a half day a week, and so it comes to 40 hours a week, 9 to 5. So those are, the doctors are all from PAMF. Our chief medical officer is from from Stanford. Our chief medical officer is from PAMF or Sutter. So the care is mostly at Stanford, but this went all the way up to the CEO of Sutter, and he's the one that, well, it was really the vice president of value from Sutter that really thought this was something we could work on. And I have to say that when the Opportunity Center was first being built, they wanted this piece of property also. And PAMF was like, no way do we want homeless people next to us kind of thing. And they kind of kept it as a way, as a buffer. And so over the 20 years, it has turned from a buffer to them wanting to give it to us to rehab. So it's been a hard slog and a lot of meetings, but we made it.
And so will they retain ownership of the property, or?
They do. It's a 30-year lease, so I probably won't be around then, but I would imagine by then they'll let us have it, but don't tell them that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Lithcott Ames is up next. Would you like her to stay there, or?
Yes, please stay. It's not quite in line with the agenda, but I just wanted to thank you for the story of persistence that you've told us and the changing tides of attitude toward the work that you do and the population that you serve. Thank you for staying at it and staying with us.
Thank you.
All right, well, I would just, I've thanked you before, I'll thank you again. You can sit down, it's fine. I'm excited about Peninsula Healthcare going from 2 to 6. You mentioned the 3 times the clinical space. So often staffing is the bottleneck, and that just wasn't the case for you, and this was. So if we can, have a win-win and augment the wonderful work you do, it makes sense to me, and I agree with the staff comments that this does. It's consistent with the TDR objectives, encourage historic preservation and encourage seismic rehab. I mean, in the downtown commercial district, it's all the way around. So I certainly appreciate that, and it's notable that not only do you have the staff, you have the demand. I mean, I heard you say you turned away 300. You'd gone from 74 to 239 patients, which is extraordinary, and still have, double that wanting these services. So this is something that, because it makes good policy sense from a variety of policy reasons, and it makes good sense from the services you provide. I'm supportive of this application so far. For what we know, I know we can't finalize our views, but I did think Councilmember Liu raised an interesting question about the ordinance versus sort of a one-time mechanism, and so I'm a little curious about that. I heard your answers. I don't need a lot more tonight, but I just wanted to lift up that if in the evolution of this, it seems like there's a different process path, I would be curious about that as well. I think so. Any more comments from council? Any more queries from staff of us, or have we given you what you need at this point? I'm getting nods.
Great feedback, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, look at that, and I think we're back even ahead of schedule, so go team. All right, well, thank you very much to the applicants, thank you to staff, and we will conclude that item, our study session. And we will move on to the consent calendar. So with respect to the consent calendar, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised on consent calendar items 3 through 6 and 8 through 9, as 7 was removed off the agenda.
Thank you for that reminder, Madam Clerk. Very good. Then are there any no votes or requests to poll from colleagues? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I move the consent calendar.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Oh, there was a lot there. You guys work it out.
I think I won by hair.
Okay, the Vice Mayor seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Burt? Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. City Manager, comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I will be brief because council members already covered a few things I was going to. City Clerk, could I request your assistance, please? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's fine. You could go to that next slide. Again, as was noted by Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, as well as Councilmember Stone, we have a number of community engagement events coming up over the next couple of weeks related to, at the top of this slide, the potential temporary closure of the Churchill Rail Crossing, and on the bottom of the slide, related directly or indirectly to the work that the JED Foundation is doing on youth mental health. Additional information available at these web pages, paloalto.gov/temp Churchill closure and paloalto.gov/bewell. Oops, messing up my screen. Next slide, please. Oh, I would just note that please check those websites for the latest on times and locations. Also, again, Council directed last week that the board and commission recruitments for the Historic Resources Board and Stormwater Management Oversight Committee have been reopened through April 8th. So certainly want to reinforce community members that are interested in these topic areas to examine the information and apply. Next slide, please. Then finally, just looking ahead to a few of your upcoming council agendas. Next week, you have proposed development and development-related items at 2100 King Road, 4075 El Camino Way. Also, an action item related to your appointment of the next city attorney and bird-friendly design ordinance back for council consideration. Then on March 23rd, I would note this is a special meeting on March 23rd because it is the fourth Monday, I believe, of March. And as such, you will not have your regular items related to council member comments, general public comment, or city manager comments. Those will not occur on March 23rd. Then you will have an action item related to the CEDAW ordinance, as well as interviews for prospective board and commission appointees. Then going forward to April 6th, the last agenda we'll review in detail, a study session related to San Antonio corridor, alternative plan alternatives, a study session on next steps on nonprofit partnership work plan, then action items related to next round of board commission committee work plans, as well as Brown Act changes under Senate Bill 707. Then a number of items reflected here, really at this point more than a month out, so we'll report on future agendas at upcoming meetings. With that, Mayor, back to you.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will take our break and come back at 8 p.m. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we will move forward with our action items, starting with action item 11, item 10 having been removed from the agenda. Approval of City Council values, 2026 objectives, ad hoc purpose statements, and committee work plans. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lupita Alamos, Assistant to the City Manager. And tonight we'll be presenting 3 major bodies of work following the Council's annual retreat on January 24th. In the interest of time, I'll just be going over the presentation pretty quickly and at high level. Next slide, please. So tonight we will seek Council's review and approval of the refined Council values as recommended by Policy and Services. Second, approval of the 2026 priority objectives in Group 1. And third, approval of the ad hoc purpose statements and committee work plans. Next slide. So the revised council values, at its February 10th Policy and Services meeting, the committee recommended a set of 7 council values. The committee considered drafts from the mayor, Councilmember Burt, and Councilmember Rectal from the retreat. And the version that you see here on this slide and included in your packet reflects their suggestions while maintaining the while maintaining the spirit of the original council values. The 7 values are vibrant community, fiscal responsibility, accountable governance, strategic innovation, equity and shared prosperity, climate leadership and environmental stewardship, and community well-being and belonging. Next slide. For the 26 council priorities and objectives, at its retreat, the council approved 4 new priorities and refined its council values and added a layer to add a layer to its priority framework. The council then directed staff to reorganize the preliminary list of objectives that were presented at the retreat within this new structure, with an added focus of distinguishing 2 levels of priority among the objectives. Those are distinguished as Group 1, which represent objectives that are mission critical, projects which will require council engagement, and Group 2, which include objectives that are value add, important, but may already be underway or council could potentially be, could potentially be held in order to ensure Group 1 completion. So the 2026 list of recommended objectives include 42 projects among the 5 priorities. Achieving near-term priority housing milestones has 15 priorities. Coverley acquisition and renovation funding priority has 2 objectives. Government efficiency has 8 objectives, and enhanced business vibrancy has 5 objectives. And within the collective council values area, there are 12 objectives. And noting here that these are organized in the original council values, and as the council adopts its new values tonight, staff will go back and reorganize accordingly. Okay, next slide. So the ad hoc purpose statements and committee work plans. So finally in your packet, you'll also include you'll also see the ad hoc committee purpose statements, which reflect their focus for the calendar year. The 8 ad hocs are found in attachment D in your packet. And the work plans for Policy and Services and Finance Committee are also found in attachments E and F included. And these reflect priority topics, council referrals, and advancement of priority objectives along the way. So these are noted here for reference and included for focus, and it shows the work plan for the year for both of these. So it's Policy and Services, and the next slide, you will see Finance Committee work plan. Next slide. So the recommended actions for these items are 1, the council approval of the council values as recommended by Policy and Services Committee, the council approval of the 2026 priority objectives as listed in Group 1, and council approval of ad hoc purpose statements and committee work plans. So I will stop there, and this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much, Ms. Alamos. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no, oh, yes, we do, actually. Someone just raised their hand in Zoom. One moment.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Jeremy L.
Hey, good evening, City Council. Long time no see. I just, on behalf of Palo Alto Forward, wanted to say that we're really grateful for the council's vision and leadership with this year's priorities and excited to work with everyone on ADUs, on housing and mixed-use zones, and throughout the community. We're looking forward to partnering together. Thanks.
That concludes public comment on item 11.
All right, well, thank you very much. So there are 4 parts to this item. There's the council values, priority objectives, ad hoc purpose statements, and committee work plans. And I would suggest that we organize our discussion and action around each of those modules. And the city manager is nodding, so that is good. So why don't we go ahead and start with the values. And I will turn to Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking as chair of PNS, we were the last body to look at the draft values before coming to council. And I do want to just correct Ms. Alamos slightly. Great presentation. And there was actually another person who penned a different version of a draft set of values. So we had council members Burt and Reckdahl had a set. We had Mayor Vinker had a set. And then on the day of the PNS meeting, Vice Mayor Stone said, I think I might have knitted these together in a way that might be useful. So we had a third set. In addition to that, staff, I believe Ms. Cotton Gaines and maybe others had pulled together an analysis of the similarities between Burt Reckdahl and Vinker. So we had a fourth document on the screen, which was that. These were all incredibly similar. It would have been a much easier task had they all been different. But I think the 3 of us who had nothing to do with this, that would be council members Lowing, Liu, and myself. Well, I can't speak for Lowing because he wasn't on PNS, nor Liu. But on behalf of the 3 that did nothing, I thought it was important that the 4 that did something see their work reflected in the final work product. And so I didn't know that that would be so funny, Ms. Nozay, but I'm glad it was. You were there that night. And my point is this. The product you see in front of you is an effort on the part of PNS to incorporate statements from all authors. We hoped that everybody who made the effort to clarify our values would see their work reflected in the final work product. With that, I look forward to the conversation about this, and if there is not much conversation, I'll be happy to make a motion to approve these values.
Thank you. Other colleagues' comments on the values? Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Excuse me, and thanks to the PNS committee. I think they're a really good set. The one comment I would have is that we want to make sure that the values as written are ones where we really mean what we say, and that we aren't overstating what we can and will do. I had strongly supported inclusion of equity and as a priority in our decision making. The way the wording is in the proposal is center equity in every decision. And I just, as I was, for example, looking through the decisions on the consent calendar, which are decisions that we are actually making, and for the most part, those items really, I was looking for where there was an equity dimension to them. And for the most part, I don't think it's really there. Equity is an important part in really the major decisions that we make. And so I just was wanting to suggest for consideration that that we have it, we don't state every when we don't mean every. And it could be prioritize equity in decisions, center equity in decisions, and that would be my suggestion, just to make sure that what we've said are things that we intend to live up to fully.
I would just suggest to colleagues that perhaps we could accomplish both things by saying centering equity in all of our decision-making, and then it would be sort of broad as opposed to every decision. So that's just by the by. I rang in because I wanted to thank the people who did all the synthesis, because while I got credit for a set, I did do a set, but what I was really trying to do was just very quickly illustrate in a very short document how the things that had previously been priorities, but we knew had more staying power, like climate and housing, could be incorporated into these. So this is a much more fulsome, complete set, which I quite like. I just had one proposed tweak, and I wanted to see, for those who spent more time looking at this, how it lands. And that is, housing had been one of our priorities, I think, for as long as I'd been on council. And I think it is one of our significant values. And so when I looked for it at a glance, I couldn't find it because it's no longer in like the headings here. And I think that, and so then I looked a little further and I found it in 5, the equity and shared prosperity as the first in a list of things we want to advance: housing, workforce, and social policies. And so I looked at that and thought, well, could we elevate that a little? And I looked at item 3 and 5 together, and I feel like item 3 is accountable governments is more about sort of the how we go about governing. We earn the public trust through transparency, inclusivity, engagement, communication. And then 5 is more kind of the what. What do we want to do? We want shared prosperity and all of these things. So I'm wondering whether people would be open to moving the equity concept into 3, so it would say, earn public trust through transparent leadership, inclusive engagement, open communication, and centering equity in every decision or in all of our decision-making, whatever the language turned out to be. And then on 5, lift up housing into the title. We've moved the equity language up into 3, so the title could be shared prosperity and housing for all, and just pick up with advanced housing, blah, blah, blah. In fact, I sent the city clerks the language if you want to look at it. But that's my only comment, is really just to make sure that it's such a big deal. We spend so much time on it. We care deeply about it. We heard all about it at the Silicon Valley joint venture, Silicon Valley Index, how that's such a concern, that I just might suggest sort of realigning that little bit of language thusly. But that's my only suggestion. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I like that, and I was going to actually weigh in on something else, which was I appreciated Councilmember Burt's cautionary tone that equity in all decision-making was overbroad, and yet I found myself almost voting to pull an item on the consent calendar related to our emergency council, because it happens to be 7 people who are all white. And it's an example of how you don't necessarily know that, unless you are bringing a lens of equity to every decision, you can overlook things. And but I think it's a fair point. So I am happy with the revised language around center equity in decision making, as opposed to in all decisions, or however it gets massaged. And I think there are at least 7 different ways to put this vision, this value statement together, given that there are 7 of us. And I'm more than pleased to hear the suggestion from the mayor about revising 3 and 5 in this way.
I'll just note that there were a lot of people that declined to be on that council. So it's not necessarily an overlook, but I take your point. More comments on this? Vice Mayor Stone.
No, first, I just want to appreciate the work that Policy and Services did to be able to bring this together in addition to staff, and then being able to build upon the work that the mayor and council members, Rectal and Burt, did. So thank you for everybody who had their hand in this. I I was shocked at how quickly we were able to kind of come together. I always get nervous when we are wordsmithing, especially something this important. And but I think it was kind of clear our shared values that this council has, which really made that process actually pretty easy. And I think we're there now. So I'm happy to move the policy and services recommendation with the changes offered by the mayor.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Do you need to speak to your motion further?
Nope.
Nor do I, but I would like to call on Councilmember Lowing, who had his light on.
Yeah, can we see that new language? Yeah. The comment I was going to make is on the accountable governance, and it already says inclusive engagement, which to me includes the equity component. And I wouldn't want to dilute the focus on the governance. So let's see. I mean, inclusive engagement to me means all of our citizens. So I'm not, it seems like you're adding equity again, which is a duplication. And actually with current wording in 5, it's inclusion is there again, as well as diversity.
I'll let the Vice Mayor go first since he was the maker.
I see there is a bit of redundancy, but I think they cover kind of distinct goals of ours. Like inclusive engagement is making sure that we are engaging the community, all members of the community, something I know that we've historically struggled with and is a goal that the council has, the HRC is working, other groups as well, to try to make sure that we are truly engaging every member of this community. So I think it's good to have that there. And then centering equity in every decision, kind of what we've already discussed tonight. And I think kind of just Councilmember Lithcott-Hames kind of just point about sometimes we might, even though it doesn't seem like it was an oversight, but just like as an example that sometimes we might forget to look at a particular issue through an equity lens when there is an equity issue there. So I like the idea that this is going to now focus us on making sure that equity is also then in our own decision-making in addition to the engagement that we have with the community.
Yeah, and I had a similar thought in that equity had been in 5, and so was promoting inclusion. So the inclusion is still in 5. And I think when we move it to 3, it's what the Vice Mayor said. Inclusive engagement is sort of like outward bound with projects and things we promote and staff work as a city. And centering equity and decision-making is kind of the policy piece. So I think having the programming and the policy both represented that way is what I would prefer. But I'm curious if you have more to say, Councilmember Lowing, generally about this topic?
No, I just think it's, wow, cough drops aren't working tonight, sorry. I just think it's a bit redundant, so I was just going to raise it for consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, well, I do see a difference between what we're referring to in inclusive engagement, that's public participation is what we're talking about, whereas the equity may or may not be participation, but it's what are the outcomes of our programs and who they serve and how they serve them. So I do think it is an important distinction, and I support having both of them in 3. I wanted to ask about, where was this, did the housing part get changed as well?
So I'm just using standard sort of editing lingo.
Housing for all.
Housing for all
I
is
see it
the
there.
new language.
I want to ask what that means, housing for all. Does it mean housing for everyone who resides in our community, or everybody who works in our community, or as we've heard from many members of the public, everyone who grew up here, who wishes to live here, or just to everyone who wishes to live here? And so first I want to ask, what are we meaning there?
What I was meaning when I proposed it was that we don't want any unhoused in our city. And it was just as simple as that. Certainly was just my first proposal. If there's other language people want,
Okay.
that's fine.
So that's a helpful distinction. I will say that it's used as a slogan and refrain much more broadly than that in the community. And we have lawn signs that say housing for all, and those are not referring to providing housing for the unhoused. It goes into these other dimensions, which are dimensions that, we are striving to reduce our jobs housing imbalance, to provide housing at all income levels, but we're not going to ever get housing for everyone who works here and everybody who would like to live here at their whatever price they can afford to pay for housing. It's a reality that we will not be able to achieve. So I would support having housing, but I think we need a clearer way that we're describing what this value is aiming at.
So I actually should amend my answer because I didn't mean it in a slogan way, but when I think there's no unhoused, I do mean that's housing across income. And so it probably gets at the same concern, the other side of the concern that you are raising. What I wonder, though, is whether we could say shared prosperity and housing with the shared, perhaps, well, that doesn't really work. I was going to say shared modifying the housing, but why don't I open up to other council comments? And I know Councilmember Rekdal has been waiting, so I'll call on him.
Yeah, first I want to thank both the Vice Mayor Stone and also the chair, Lithcott Haynes. I thought we were going to be there all night, and we were very efficient, and I was pleased that what we produced actually was timely and I think pretty good. One thing, the centering equity in every decision. I mean, I agree with what Councilmember Burt was saying. Is centering equity in our decision making, I think, would be a more generic way, and I think I don't see the downside of our decision making. Housing for all, one of the things that I think I'm really proud about in Palo Alto is the fact we really make an effort to have low-income housing, and a lot of cities just don't care, right? For them, it's just market rate or nothing. And so, but housing for all, I think we can tweak that to make that inclusive to show what we're talking about.
I will note that my suggestion, all of our decision-making did not get into the thing I had sent to the clerk earlier, so that centering equity in all of our decision-making, but so we should talk about all that language. And I think Councilmember Liu is next.
I just want to thank everyone who worked on this. Wordsmithing is hard. Wordsmithing cross priorities is hard. I'll just plus one to Councilmember Rekdal's comment that it could be shared prosperity and inclusive housing, or shared prosperity and housing leadership. I think we don't want to necessarily use too many loaded terms, but we also don't need to be exhaustively specific in this item because we aren't in the others. So if that addresses concerns, I'm happy to move forward with any version of this language.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong thing. I keep clicking my light and not the microphone. Right. I'm going to say that I appreciate the comments about housing and what we're committing to, what we want to articulate as a value. I am fine with housing not being in the title. It's already spelled out in the description, advanced housing, workforce, and social policies that promote inclusion, socioeconomic diversity, and opportunity. So I don't personally need for it to be in the title, and if that helps us get it through, then perhaps we can take it out, or maybe we'll figure out a way to keep it included.
Councilmember Lowing.
I concur with that suggestion. I don't think the words housing for all were in this the first time I looked at it, but I think that's almost a dangerous phrase, not in the sense of being unsafe, but it's just because it means different things to different people. And we're going on record as this being one of the core values, and we want to be really clear. We did an excellent job of spending time on objectives and priorities and, because words matter. And we actually got a little bit dinged in the press for spending too much time on that, which I totally disagree with. I think, we have a complete understanding now of what those are. The public has a better idea. And these are pretty much the same. We don't want to get them too wrong. We don't want to wordsmith all night, but I don't think we should use that phrase. So I think what Councilmember Lithcott-Ames just suggested, I think it works.
With no other lights on, I'm going to speak again. I liked what Councilmember Liu suggested, housing leadership. I just hate not having it very visible in our values. It's not in our priorities this year. So perhaps housing leadership might work for folks. I don't know. I guess I should ask the maker for not, so to go back to actual protocol here.
Yeah, that'd be, housing leadership's fine. And of course, I've also been fine with how it was in the original PNS recommendation, but do agree that having housing elevated into one of the titles makes a lot of sense, especially for how much focus we have put into it over the years and will continue to do so. So shared prosperity and housing leadership.
Yes, that's what's on the table, because I will concur with that as the seconder, and I will call on Councilmember Burt.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on 3 and the revision to equity that the mayor had originally proposed and then said again on, what was the wording?
In all of our decision-making at the end there.
Yeah, in all honesty, it's in our decision-making. I think all of is an overstatement. I too had, in reviewing the consent calendar, had zeroed in on the Emergency Standby Council and seen that for whatever reason, it didn't reflect equity. And it stood out as the exception on the consent calendar items that it actually did have an equity, it needs to have an equity component, which further emphasizes that the rest of them really, it's trying to get a square peg in a round hole on some things. So I would advocate that we say, what was it, equity in our decision-making. Or equity in decision-making. That's a proposed wording, amendment.
I guess I mean, is there a decision that we would not be concerned about equity in? So that's why I'm fine with the language being every or all. This implies it as well, but.
Yeah, what the examples just this evening that I mentioned were, if you look through the consent calendar, the majority of the consent calendar, it'd be tough to find a way that equity was part of that decision-making. And so it's not accurate that it was part of our decision-making in all those items. And last week I went through the consent calendar as well, and it was similar, and I think there was even one of the action items where it's like, what would be the equity component? So it's just recognizing objectively that equity should be applied wherever equity is appropriate.
Yeah, I'll accept. So, and centering equity in decision-making.
I'll go with that because I think it's a distinction without a difference in the sense that we are centering equity in decision-making without any exception, without any qualification. And so just to move on, I'm okay with that. amendment. Okay, is there any further discussion on the values? Okay. I do want to point out, just because it keeps coming up about the standby council, look at prior ones. You're going to see a similar issue. That doesn't excuse it, but I will tell you that people have to file Form 700s, and the clerk was just endless in her patience, working with me, trying to get people who wanted to serve in this way. Could we have done some others? You know, we could have kept going, but at some point, we also, it's March, we wanted to stand by council. So I do think we should center it. I just want people to understand, because it keeps coming up, that even when you center it, sometimes you fall short of what you hope and aspire to. That said, I see no lights on, so let's take a vote on this motion.
You know what, I just want to add one thing, if I may, which is
Surely.
really appreciate the effort, 100% understand and respect that that was done. There may be ways in which people of color who are former council members are feeling toward their council service and the degree to which the city values them and is interested in their continued service. Who knows? I'm just speculating. It's always possible that people feel less engaged because, for whatever reason, they feel less engaged. So that then becomes the equity issue. What is it that we can do to make sure that all folks who have served will come back if we ask them to, and we'll fill out that 700 form if we need them to be on the emergency council. It deepens the inquiry about the nature of the experience that different groups of people have had.
That I agree with, and I really appreciate you lifting that up. And I think there's a lot of ways we could work on that, and maybe when we get on to our objectives, we can continue that conversation. So thank you. All right, please go ahead.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. And so with that, let's move on to the next module, so to speak. And I believe that is the priority objectives. So I think I'll just let council members comment on them, and we'll try to make some kind of order out of it. Let's see how much in the nature of the comments before we figure out how to make motions.
Is this point of order, or is this priority one priorities or all priorities?
Well, we could do it that way. I think there's also the council member, well, council member values, but sure. Why don't we start with, I'm debating whether we should do them categorically or just do the group one, because some people might want to move things between 1 and 2, possibly. So I think we won't just start with the priority ones. But if we want to start with the achieve near-term priority housing milestones, for example, is that what you were trying to suggest? That we go with our council priority?
The council priorities, but it's basically 1 and 2, and that's it. So I thought we'd just do 1 and 2 separately, right?
I'm not following the 1
The
and
42
2.
objectives that are,
Yeah, so the 42 is what I'm saying, because I think we should consider them all at once, but yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, no, you're saying all of the group 1 and then all of the group 2?
it's a way to do it. I just wondered what you intended.
Yeah, no, I was suggesting that we do all of the housing ones, so that if there's ones that, are in group 2 and people think are misaligned, or in group 1 and should go down to 2, we can just talk about that as well. So why don't we, but good suggestion to further segment it, thank you. So let's talk about the housing priority, to continue on a theme. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I expect most of these will be directed to Director Late, but we'll see. I appreciate the variety and depth of these housing milestones. I had a first set of questions just about the ADU milestone. To confirm, the listed milestone is that PTC will discuss it in Q2. Is the intent that after PTC discusses it in Q2, that something will actually be codified in 2026?
Yes, after the PTC, it would come to the city council, probably Q3 is my guess at this point.
Okay, great. I just wanted to confirm how to read some of these. And I think the ADU ordinance is potentially such a massive lever for housing. Will there be any council study session, or will it go straight to PTC? In other words, what is basically on the menu, and how can council give advice to make sure it's shaped sort of in a way that we can pass earlier on?
So the primary objective is to align the local regulations with state law. And we have previously received some feedback from the city council about some refinements to the ADU regulations. And so we were going to look at that as part of the process as well. Things like, I want to say, there was something about floor area that we were looking at, but also fees too. And so it may get tied into the broader development impact fee study that we're looking at, that aspect about fees.
Okay, so we had discussed in the context of SB9 that ADUs might be able to go to 1,200 square feet in the same sort of broader set of objective standards or discussions, but that was floated as like a hypothetical 1,200. So for example, when we say that ADUs could have larger sizes and more square footage, are we anchoring on any specific number, or is this all sort of open to the PTC?
So, Councilmember, I don't remember the specific motion from what the City Council directed us to address, but I'll say this. There are two objectives with this one: comply with state law and comply with the prior City Council motion. And so if it strays beyond that, then we aren't necessarily looking beyond those two objectives.
Okay, and so maybe we can talk offline, because I'm not sure what the citation is for, I imagine there are multiple previous city council motions, and I think I can remember at least one that I was part of. So we could talk offline about what the actual inclusion is and potentially advance alternate proposals with the full council. Okay, sorry, I had a couple questions like this because these programs are exciting, but they could also be really narrow or really broad, and it's not really clear from these objectives what that would look like. I suppose I will have to follow up similarly about the innovative housing typologies, because there's a discussion that says including micro units, intergenerational housing, so on, but it's not really exhaustive. And we discussed this a little bit back during housing element time, but there isn't any council guidance on that item. Is there? Will you just go to PTC, or can some of these things also be routed through policy and services?
They certainly could. So just in case folks are trying to follow along, on packet page 189, item number 14, the direction that we're getting is really tied to the housing element program. That's what's driving this particular work effort. And I'm trying to remember if we are scheduled for policy and services on this particular item, but there are a number of, so we're covering a lot of those different housing types. We have a consultant report, and we're talking about ways that we can modify our zoning code to facilitate or encourage each of those types of housing typologies. And so that's the work effort that we're heading down. We weren't planning on coming to the City Council before that. We could certainly look at coming to the Policy and Services Committee for refinement before we engage in that process with the PTC.
Okay. Maybe just one last question for my time. On The goal numbered row 17, identify additional housing element sites. It seems like there is a hard way to do that, which is with consultants and technical analysis. And there's an easier way to do that, which is to say that SB 79 already forcibly, for better or worse, upzones many lots and increases our capacity well above what we originally anticipated and planned for in RENA, and we could selectively choose a few of those to be in our updated housing element site inventory. So in the spirit of efficiency, like, how are we thinking about this, and why are we going down the more complicated path?
Well, I don't know that we are trying to go down a more complicated path. What we are trying to do is respond to a very real issue that we have with our housing element. Next week, the City Council is going to be considering a project which is going to, if approved, would drop us below our moderate income housing buffer that we had established. So we've got 6 months from that moment to update our housing sites inventory to include enough additional capacity in order to maintain that buffer requirement with HCD. I will say that part of the internal staff conversation is how do we do that? And we've already talked to HCD about that. We think that there is a relatively straightforward path for addressing that. We will look at opportunities that are being created as a result of SB 79, but we have other sites that we've learned about since the adoption of the housing element that we're also looking to explore. And I suspect coming to the City Council soon will be some kind of request of council to give the position that I hold, the Director of Planning and Development Services, the authority to update and refine that list so that we can be nimble and not have to go through an arduous process.
Thank you. I'm happy with these programs overall. I think there might be some subtle refinements that don't necessarily need council discussion, or at least that could be clarified offline about the actual scope and ambition of some of these programs, because those details really matter, and I appreciate the work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yeah, might as well stay up there. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two questions. One, though, receiving the pro-housing designation from HCD on the list, but it doesn't have a prioritization next to it. I know, so does that mean, what is that? That was the only one that I noticed didn't have any prioritization. So were you looking for council feedback? I know there was some discussion of this at the retreat and didn't seem to be really direction one way or the other on it.
I think it's just a typo, John.
Okay.
It's an accidental omission. So if you look on the column that the Vice Mayor is referencing, group number, it's blank and there should be a 1 there. So I think that's just a staff omission. Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah. Now I'm surprised that it's 1, because I recall at the retreat there was interest in. Does this mean basically it's you're going to then come back to the council with more information on what that means and how we obtain that? Because I just remember at the retreat there just didn't seem to be enough information for us to actually make a decision on it.
Yeah. Thank you. So. Whether it's 1 or 2 on the categorization, it is something that we are already working on. It aligned nicely with the council's interest to want to pursue this because we were looking at it at a staff level as well. We've already had some engagement with HCD about our application. We received that, and we're making some refinements. There's no, so there is staff work toward that, and when we feel like we have a application that we can submit and have it be endorsed by HCD approved, we're first going to have to two things. One, we have to have a public hearing to receive feedback on the application. And then we would come to the City Council and receive, that's 2 separate events. We would come to the City Council to receive your support to actually file the application and submit that. So through that process, you'll learn more about what it is that we're doing. And then just to add a little more color to it, we're not having to do anything new or make any new proclamations about the work that we're doing. We're basically reflecting on the work that we've already done, the policies that we have in place, the initiatives that we are addressing, from unhoused services to incentivizing housing and all the work that we've been doing. And we're saying, hey, we qualify as is, and we're seeking that designation, and that's the approach and effort that we're doing.
Great. No, I've been curious to learn more about it, what it means, how it benefits us. So glad to hear that there's going to be that public process and a chance for us to learn more. And then my last one on housing is the study on short-term rentals. Pretty sure I was the co-author on that colleague's memo years ago. I think I did that with Councilmember Du Bois, if I'm remembering correctly. So it was in my first year or two on council, and it has been delayed many times. And I guess I'm wondering, is it appropriate to delay it even more? I know it's prioritized here as one. I don't know if, I think at the time it made more sense. I think with Airbnb's popularity being much greater at the time, I just haven't been hearing the community concern lately as we were at the time that this colleague's memo was written. And so if we're kind of looking for things where maybe we could take off and replace, I mean, one of the things that I was disappointed of tier 2 rather than tier 1 was essentially all the renter protections are tier 2, and there's no renter issues as tier 1. And so if there is an interest in rebalancing this a bit, I'd like to maybe see one of the renter issues move into tier 1 and even see the short-term rental come off, even though I know it's been on that list for a long time.
Yeah, thank you. And certainly nothing personal about not having advanced that colleague's memo with, yes, Councilmember Du Bois at the time. It's just been one of these things that's been sort of in the queue below the line until we've had the resources. This actually is a little bit different than that colleague's memo. This is a result of our housing element. And HCD's concern was, and is for jurisdictions, that when you have too many vacation rentals, that it depletes or takes away from the housing stock, and that's an area of concern for them. And so it got included in our housing element, as it did for many jurisdictions, to look at this policy. Now, for Palo Alto, it is my expectation that this is actually going to be a pretty light touch level of analysis, in part because we already prohibit short-term rental housing in Palo Alto. We have an uncodified ordinance, and the attorneys can speak more to logistics of how that actually comes to play, but we actually do not allow short-term rental housing in the city. And so from our angle, it's more of a code enforcement perspective and how we are trying to address that. That said, we know that it happens in the city. We know that there's rentals available. And so part of this might be asking the question, do we want to create opportunities to authorize it in the code, or do we want to maintain our current level of effort or status of short-term rental housing? And assuming it's the latter, there's probably not a lot of work that we need to do, but we do have to go through the exercise of completing the program, showing HCD that we studied it, and that's not going to be consultants, that's going to be staff taking a look at it. And then submitting our report to the council as either an information item, or if we need an action item discussion, we'll do that. On the second part about the rental policies that you were interested in, even though they're in category 2, we're actively working on them. In fact, tomorrow there's going to be a conversation at the Policy and Services Committee. You'll see that. We have a couple items there, and the Fair Chance Ordinance is one that's probably in Q3. We're still moving forward on those. They just didn't, because they could slip, hypothetically, they didn't make it on, they weren't driven by a mandate, state mandate or funding or other sort of necessity. We put them in this group 2, but we're still actively and continue to be engaged in those efforts.
That was a really helpful answer, and kind of assuming that staff philosophically kind of took that approach of tier 1 to tier 2, what you just described, actually helps answer a lot of my other questions. So I appreciate you taking the time to detail that, and I changed my tune as well on the short-term, understanding the HCD requirement and how that's helping us there. And who knows, Councilmember Du Bois is now on our emergency council, so he might be, hopefully he won't be back, but all right, thank you.
At least in the context of an emergency.
Yeah, we could do without the emergency piece. Councilmember Burt. He's a resident.
So thank you, pardon me?
We checked, he's a resident. Yes, he also has dual residency up there. We would, yeah.
Oh, I had heard he had moved. First, following up on the short-term rentals, I also believe that, our problem has diminished, probably largely as a result of the changes that have happened in the hotel market, where locally and sub-regionally there is really surplus capacity, and that diminishes the demand there. If we have something come back on short-term rentals, I'd want to make sure we're distinguishing between owner-occupied and not owner-occupied. Basically, the difference between whether somebody's renting out a room where they live that supplements an income and allows them to age in place, perhaps, versus someone renting out an entire house. I think our much bigger problem in terms of unoccupied housing is not short-term rentals, it's the ghost homes. And I would be much more interested in understanding, as the short-term rentals comes forward, that we couple, at least from a policy direction standpoint, what we do on short-term rentals and home vacancies, and what policy directions we want to pursue there.
Yeah, I think that is, I do think the ghost homes aspect is a discrete effort. I understand coupling it because of the relationship, but it is a body of work that would require more analysis. We did, about a year ago, I think we worked with some undergraduate students at Stanford who did a study as a part of one of their programs. And we actually have a report from them that looked at this specific issue about ghost homes and vacancies. So that might be something that we can bring along as a part of our short-term rental housing, as something that has been done to give some more.
Because I wouldn't be looking for you to come with specific solutions, but whether we want to give direction on policy and what we'd want to pursue in the future, whether it's the following year or otherwise.
Understood, thank you.
And then I want to note on ADUs, Councilmember Liu said it's a really big opportunity. Well, it's a huge success in Palo Alto already. And what's before us is a marginal increase in incentives. And Palo Alto's success, and I think we under-publicize how successful we are in this. San Jose has received great attention for their successes in ADUs, and they've been promoting it. And their pace per capita appears to be less than 1/3 of ours. And nobody knows that Palo Alto is 3 times the pace of San Jose because we don't talk about it. So that's one thing that I think as we talk about our housing initiatives, we want to really emphasize really significant successes there. And that started actually, for those who don't know, we as a council in 2016 initiated an ADU update before the state began its mandates. So then the other thing I wanted to hit under housing was the SB 79. And we have both number 13 in the priority 1, which is to present strategies and as appropriate, present a scenario for downtown housing plan scenarios. But SB 79 goes much further than that. And we are, as an ad hoc, going to be coming forward with recommendations, or at least initial ones, because this is a complex topic, that go beyond the downtown housing. And that is on staff not recommended objectives is number 54. It says implements SB 79 by developing and presenting implementation options. Well, I think that's 2 parts. There's implementation options, which I think we should include within number, whatever it was, 13.
Yeah.
And implementation itself which is probably carrying over to the following year.
That's the intent, actually.
Okay, that's not the way it's worded.
Yeah, underneath 54 on packet page 197, there's a bullet. This objective has been combined and updated with, it says objective 50, and I'm a little confused by that cross-reference.
So am I.
But I'll tell you what we're intending here is, you're right, this is complex. There's a lot of issues, not just with downtown and the housing plan, but Cal Ave and San Antonio area. So we are meeting obviously with the ad hoc and having conversations, and we'll be coming back to the council in Q2 with some recommendations on how to approach that. Yes, SB 79 and downtown housing plan. Nothing needs to be done. Yep.
Councilmember Rectal.
Okay, first I want to thank staff. We kind of threw a curveball by changing up the values, and so all your planning that you'd done before the retreat, we kind of, I don't say went for naught, but you had to redo it, so thank you for that work. Overall, I think the list is really good. I want to echo what Councilmember Burt said, both about the short-term rentals and also the ghost towns. I thought he had some good points there, and I agree with him. Okay, then on packet page 190, rows 18 and 19 talk about OSVs. And I'm concerned also that, Mountain View is closing its Evelyn lot to actually make affordable housing. Oh, it's affordable housing by Charities Housing. I want to go on a tangent there. What's our status of our charities program, Charity Housing?
I think a permit has been issued or is about to be issued.
To begin construction shortly.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's good news. That's very good news. Okay. And so Mountain View, like usual, is trying to catch up, and they are closing one of their RV lots and putting affordable housing on that. And that means all the RVs there are going to go somewhere, and I'm afraid they're going to go here. So I'm really concerned that our RV, we have to be ready for this, because otherwise we were going to get the overflow, just like we got the overflow from other cities.
Councilmember Rectal, if I may, I'm aware from conversations with the County Office of Supportive Housing, as well as with the Human Services Manager in Mountain View, that the plan is to, when they close down that number of spaces from that lot, they're adding net new, or net neutral, sorry, number of spaces at another site. So there will be, there shouldn't be an overflow issue.
That is very good news, because I'm afraid that, okay, that still, but also Mountain View has this legal agreement that runs out in November. And so come November, they could also change their rules. They don't have to have that Costco area necessarily set off for OSVs. So for the rows 18 and 19, can we accelerate the schedule as much as we can? I know that there's financial and there's staff issues, but I'm worried that if we're too slow about this, we may get more overflow, which make the job even harder. I mean, towing is really expensive, and if we get more than that, we have to end up towing, that's going to cost a lot. So what coordinations do we do with other communities? Should we be calling that out on this row? Melissa, do you want to talk about what? Do you just call them up now and then, or do we have official meetings together to coordinate anything to do with OSVs?
We might be here a long time if I go into that in some detail, Councilmember Rectal. So we have a series of different touch points with North County cities. We also have like 3 different monthly meetings with the County Office of Supportive Housing with different levels of the office on policy issues, directly on safe parking, on operations of some of our joint ventures. The North County group meets on an as-needed or quarterly basis, and then we also are reaching out to each other all the time. There's not that many of us doing this sort of work.
Okay, so we do coordinate regularly. Okay, then RV buyback storage, I would like to see that addressed earlier, because Home Key is opening, and one of our hopes is that we can increase Home Key pickup or take up if they have a place to put their RV.
Well, let me just share that while the date shown here is Q3, as all of the members of the OSV ad hoc are aware, on a weekly or at least bi-weekly basis, we're going through progress along the way. And so I'm sure we will be talking to you about our evaluation of that RV buyback within the next several weeks. So you do not need to worry that that won't be addressed until Q3, but like all of these projects, they have multiple components that will take some time to put together.
Yep, understood. No, this is it's a hard problem, I agree. Okay, then the last thing about OSVs is we get a lot of complaints from business owners especially that they want to have 1 hour parking in front of their business. And when I go look at the parking, it seems reasonable. And when I look around, one of the concerns is that there's a ripple effect. And some of the businesses that I have, I don't see the ripple effect potential. And I would think that we really want to facilitate that. If we can make a business better by putting 1 hour parking in front, that seems like a pretty low-hanging fruit for us to address. So can we have facilitate OSV-related parking requests in our OSV plan?
Well, I would share that at this point, I think from a staff perspective, absent a comprehensive approach that to incrementally restrict parking on a block-by-block basis would exacerbate the problem in other areas, which is why, again, having a more comprehensive approach, which this work plan reflects, has been the approach we're taking.
Yeah, understood. But if you talk to the business owners, they're really worried about their business, and they may not be able to wait a year for us to get our house in order. So anything we can do to facilitate transportation's evaluation of their parking requests, I think we should do. Within, obviously there's staff impacts, I agree. Okay, that's all for now, thanks.
So I'm not seeing, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is now an appropriate time to address items that didn't, that are in group 3 essentially, that are not recommended? Okay. The ones that I noticed on there were items 83, the strategy for vacant commercial storefronts, including pop-ups. Retail spent so much time on this, so I was sad to see it not make the cut. The vacancy tax for commercial and residential ghost homes, item 86. Increasing housing capacity on Cal Ave corridor, and design options for Cal Ave number 90. I'll pick 3 of the 4, number 83, 86, and 90. All would seem to pertain to this new BREA committee. I guess the retail committee has now got a different acronym. I can't remember what it stands for, but BRE/A.
Business retention, expansion, and shoot, what was that last one?
Awesomeness.
Attraction.
Okay.
Attraction.
And it seems to me that these 3 items, what to do with vacant commercial storefronts in our retail districts, what to do with vacant, whether to have a vacancy tax for commercial properties left vacant for some time. There's a residential piece to that as well with ghost homes. And then the design options for Cal Ave. To me, these feel like things that were getting a lot of traction in the formerly named Retail Committee. And I just wonder if the new BREA Committee, or BRE/A Committee, is going to consider taking these up, or do the folks, I don't even know who's on that committee, but is there any hope that these might make it kind of out of the dustbin and back onto some kind of work plan, or are we essentially saying that, nope, that was, it feels to me it was a lot of work of the Retail Committee the last time I was on it, so it's hard to see hours of work, and I know, whatever time council put in is nothing compared to staff, kind of set off to the side. So I just wanted to raise that and see if these 3 items or some portion of them were of interest to other colleagues.
Well, if I could comment, at the end of the day, this is really an exercise in trying to match up what we'd like to get done with what we believe we have the resources to do. And in each one of the situations or the topics you mentioned, Councilmember, based on the work to date, staff is recommending that we focus on other initiatives that have a greater prospect of success within existing resources. So if we were to add some of these, we'd need to take others off.
And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I don't know if you're suggesting that they go into the housing thing, so more, sounds like more on the enhanced business vibrancy. I understand there's overlap with the ghost homes and things. And so perhaps we could even take that up when we do the enhanced business vibrancy? Or do you want that as part of, are you suggesting there be an amendment to the priorities for housing?
No, I do not consider these to be housing priorities. I believe they belong in the third is it the third category? That's the business vitality?
Yeah, enhanced business vibrancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I thought you were asking about, yeah, so I may have.
mentioned the I mentioned the Cal Ave housing one as well, because I noticed it was something that I care about that was also left off. So I'm advocating for these three to get greater consideration. If I'm the only one that feels that way, then that's fine, but I just wanted to call out, it feels, when a lot of time went into developing those, and it felt that they were farther along than it sounds like they are. And so I just wanted to make one last plea for them before they end up in the dustbin.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm suggesting that our colleagues consider that when we get to the EBV one, so thank you for that.
Oh, are you pointing out that I was on the wrong topic?
No,
Yeah,
I was
get
trying
it.
to, I think
Yeah,
I
no,
misled you,
I'm
because you
sorry.
asked about three, and I thought within the house. No, I'm trying to give you a second shot at this.
Yes, I'm not tracking very well, and
It's all
I
good.
apologize. Okay.
It's all good. Okay, but that said, I don't see more lights on the housing, and I would say that I really appreciate the report on the HCD for housing designation application and seeing that up there in a priority, as well as the home key. That's great, and seeing them with Q2. I think they're both Q2. That's good. The only other one I would mention, in addition to what's been said, is the expand and implement the safe parking program as row 9 of tier 2. And, I want to suggest we lift that up, but having, listened to my colleagues on the OSV and understanding what, has been explained to us in prior meetings, I'm not gonna lift that up with, because I think they would have if, and they're more informed than I. So I'm good with that, and I think we could, I have not heard any, and Councilmember Rectal, I will check in with you before I finish. Oh, it's old, sorry, okay. I haven't heard any, I don't know, does anyone want to make a motion to revise any of these? Because otherwise, I'm going to sort of close out the housing one and move on to the Cubberley one. All right.
Mayor, as you proceed, I believe, and maybe this is worth a time check, your plan is to go into closed session 9:45 to 10 p.m.
Correct.
As such, I think thinking through how best to use the next period of time.
Yeah, so the Cubberley one's not many, and so yes, it would be great if we could at least close out our objectives by 9:45, and even if we need to come back for the last couple of the work plans and the ad hocs. So why don't we move on to the second category, Cubberley acquisition and renovation funding. I'll note that that's rows 21 and 22 in attachment A, priority 1, and there are no rows in attachment B, priority 2. So does anyone have any comment on the Cubberley rows? If so, we'll chat. If not, we can move to the next, we can move to EBV. I'm not seeing any lights, but if you have a burning thing later, we can go back to it. So let's then move to enhanced business vibrancy, which is rows 24 to 28 in attachment A, and rows 15 to 21 in attachment B, which is tier 2. So comments, we just heard what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames said. Councilmember Burt.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure whether this would fall under an expansion of one of the existing initiatives, but we've in recent years had almost treated economic development with retail vibrancy. And there's a lot more to economic development than that. One of the things that I've long believed is that Palo Alto has a if no longer unique character, a very strong character of being an ecosystem where companies are born and will advance, and then often if they become superstars, leave the community and go to Menlo Park and Mount View and elsewhere with their hundreds of thousands of workers globally. But supporting an identity of an innovation environment and ecosystem, I think, is a very important part of our economic development. And I would like to see that added, whether that's within one of these, hopefully simply as an expansion to one of the existing priorities.
The staff
If I
are
may,
ready.
yes, sure. Let me take the first crack at it, and Mr. Andrade can add if he sees fit. I believe it is a part of what's listed as line item 24, that as part of our work with the Economic Development Committee, it would be to build out those elements of reinforcing Palo Alto's brand specifically for the purpose of economic development.
Mr. Andrade?
Yeah, I'll just say that sounds right. I think it would be good to add some wording that further reflects that.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Alex Andrade for the record here. And yes, Councilmember Burt, you and I have had conversations about this, and as our city manager just indicated, it is part of enhancing the brand in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship. And so you and I spent some time with the foreign delegation that just visited from Kiel, Germany, a foreign delegation that's looking to do economic development here in the Bay Area. And then we took a tour of Global or Playground Global, as well as then we visited the Consulate and Innovation Center for Denmark. And so there's a very rich VC incubator accelerator network here that this city should be tapping and branding. So I am very much in agreement with that.
Good. So I assume when it comes back, it'll try to capture those themes.
Yes.
Other colleagues? Okay. Vice Mayor Stone.
Just that, yeah, I'm glad to see CalAV outdoor activation guidelines being prioritized. Definitely got to get that done. It's been too long. But I'm curious, similar work there that's being completed for Ramona Street as far as kind of that activation guidelines. I don't know if that was what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames was referring to. Yeah, but as far as additional work, but didn't quite see that in the work plan. Can you speak to that a bit more?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. And you're right, it was one of the items.
Yeah, I think I might have the more current information on this one, and also just to bring staff up to speed. So apologies, Alex. Is that okay?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. So council members, if you recall on the Ramona Street item, we did bring forward outdoor guidelines to the committee, but the committee said they wanted a more holistic perspective of the outdoor dining guidelines for Ramona with the historic context of the street and a more robust planning effort. As such, because that direction is at a higher level of staffing necessary, we've put that, we've prioritized doing CalAV first. And so that will take us through the operational period of this. And if the committee and at a later time wants us to resume that work, we can have that discussion. But again, to the city manager's point, this really reflects a prioritization of staff's capacity to make a market effort in moving something forward.
In the interim, we have been working with individual businesses to understand their priorities and, in fact, to encourage and invite broader thinking than their own frontages. And I think what that work has shown is that there are many different views as to what should go into the public right-of-way on Ramona Street. So we do expect it will take more work than we can accomplish in the near term.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I do like this new approach that we have toward enhanced business vibrancy, and I'm eager to see what the ad hoc does with it. I think that I have in my notes, and I can't quite find them now in the matrix, but I think it does include to some degree, and if not, I think we should ponder it as this year unfolds, assessing and enhancing relationships with large businesses. That's not something we ever had a problem with, but times are changing and strange. Things are I know we still have to be very cognizant of the jobs, housing imbalance, and office space and such, but I think that we're in some uncertain times, and maybe for the first time in recent history in the city, we might want to be a little more intentional with our relationships with larger businesses.
Thank you, Mayor, and that's exactly right. We are attempting to be proactive and reach out to our business community, small, medium, and large, but really focus on our top sales tax generators, our property tax generators, as well as our hotels that generate transit occupancy tax. And just to give you a little bit of background here, so the top 25 sales tax generators in this city generate about 53% of our overall sales tax revenues. And some of those top 25 sales tax producers are the large businesses that I think you might be alluding to. I just had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with a large tech company located not too far away. They're interested in expanding in the city. That would generate additional sales tax revenue, could generate even additional employment opportunities for local residents.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. The 2 bullet points I'd written under my notes were tax base and employers. So I think we just need to be really thoughtful, analytical, and intentional about those relationships because we are in a different economic time. We're in a different sort of budget situation here at the city, and they're right there in front of us. So I think we need to be thoughtful about those relationships. All right, well, I don't think I'm sensing a need for a motion on this piece either. So let's move on to government efficiency, which has 8 priorities in rows 30 through 37 of attachment A. They're all priority 1 and none in attachment B for priority 2. Oh, sorry, I moved too quickly. Did you, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I did not recall your comments about ghost homes.
No worries. I was trying to rescue 3 items and pull them back into either a group 1 or 2 priority for the economic vitality, vibrancy, whatever it's called. But I did not hear others plus wanting that, and that's fine. I'm not going to push for it. I just wanted someone to draw attention to it.
Thank you. And I think that now at least it's in the minds of our BREA committee or whatever we're calling it. Okay, thank you for that. So again, let's move on to the government efficiency. Are there comments on priority objectives there? Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one thing I wanted to elevate again. We discussed it at the retreat, the idea of at least exploring adding a council executive assistant. I raised it at our retreat. There seemed to be at least a majority that was interested in learning more about it. So would like to see that elevated here. Again, it would only need to be a half-time person to be able to do the work in order to support the council in our administrative tasks. Would be good for, so I think it would be great to just be able to have staff return to council for a cost estimate for how much a position like that would cost, and we can have a discussion on what type of tasks that person would be able to handle. I think it would work within government efficiency because I see it as a cost-saving measure, long-term, providing council members more time to focus on constituent services and to have our current staff better using their time and expertise rather than assisting the council as they do now on kind of a more ad hoc basis, and especially when we have people like the city manager or the city clerk who are kind of doing some of these tasks. They make, I think, just too much and have other priorities on their plates to stop the work that they're doing to be able to assist us in some of those administrative tasks. So I really see this as a government efficiency, I guess, addition to this.
All right, thank you. And I just wanted to check, since you asked about cost, whether or not there's any information from staff. I know that our clerk is working diligently on the item she was assigned that isn't, I think, quite ripe and ready yet for prime time, but I don't know, City Manager, do you have any information on cost estimates?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. It's about $59,000 for an hourly management level classification for an unbenefited, what you're describing.
Unbenefited but management classification because of the confidentiality?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Liu?
Yes, I had a question about Goal 36, which refers to quick build transportation improvements in the context of efficiency. I think this is great. I am a little bit unsure about what the milestone actually is here. I think review of existing program policy needs and approaches, some of that is embedded in the BPTP. I think the goal is entitled Explore Options. So I'm curious what we can actually expect. And part B of the question is whether daylighting is in scope of this goal or a separate priority.
Do I need to press something here? Oh, okay. I'm Ria Hooch-Barrett-Lowe, Chief Transportation Official. Thanks for the question. So I think one of the concrete goals here would be to update. The city currently has a traffic calming policy, and the policy is aimed at kind of filtering requests that come into the city to kind of find which ones are kind of worthy of moving forward. Unfortunately, it's kind of filtering everything. And so we're doing a lot of analysis, but not producing things in the street as a result of the traffic calming policy. So that would be the first thing, is to update that policy, change some of the thresholds and kind of rethink some of that. Also, there are some connected things that are not exactly traffic calming, but there would be potential council consideration of policy choices, for example, in relation to stop signs. That's not something that we could include in the traffic calming policy. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too much in the weeds, but that's one of those things where we get a lot of requests, but we're not able to satisfy community members based on using the state policies that we have at our disposal at the moment. Was there a second part of the question?
So daylighting falls in
daylighting,
scope.
that's right. Yes, so this could be part of that. I think that part of the daylighting also, that we already have the policies for daylighting. I think it's also just staff availability.
So to your point, where does implementation come in here? Because I think personally, I'm not thrilled that after the BPTP and Safe Systems approach, we're thinking about updating our traffic calming and sort of quick build policy and doing it all the way in Q4 without a clear proposal for actually making improvements.
Yes, this would allow us to do a lot more things through work orders, so kind of through our regular operations as opposed to larger projects. So a lot more smaller operational improvements.
Okay, so I'm hearing that daylighting could be part of this. I'm hearing that some forms that we might associate with traffic calming are not technically in scope, like stop signs, and would not be part of this.
Oh, it could be part of the traffic control devices part of this, but not, and so I think these two things are in tandem.
Okay, so this item is fairly broad then. It encompasses anything we would colloquially think of as traffic calming, but it still doesn't propose any framework or goals of like delivering X projects
It
with X
would-
budget.
Oh, sorry for
This year,
interrupting.
though, would we actually be able to do any of that?
Yes, we could. So because it would change some of the thresholds.
Okay.
So at the moment, things are getting analysed and are often not getting over the thresholds.
Okay. As this item is written, it discusses review of existing programs and exploring options, and that landing in Q4. So there's no discussion about what an actual traffic safety improvement in our city would look like. And I would personally want us to hold and rewrite this with some language that you're comfortable with that lays the stage for some deliverable projects. I think that's what we owe to the community after spending a lot of time discussing program and plan updates.
Yes,
Thank
okay. So part of the process in terms of actually approaching the traffic calming policy update is we're doing some work right now on Bryant Street. We received a traffic calming request, and the residents were not really satisfied with the results of that, and so we're looking at that as, you know, we're going through the process for that project and looking at it as kind of a pilot for rethinking traffic calming.
Yeah, I think a great version of this goal could be ship a few improvements based on an updated policy. And Brian, we already could count, and we could maybe find a few other low-hanging fruits. I think we really should show momentum this year on delivery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks very much. I have a number of questions on the government efficiency. Some are just explanations. On 32, you're talking about streamlining approval of revised procurement thresholds. I'm not sure what that is, and I don't see a specific milestone.
As a matter of fact, you have an audit from the city auditor's office, and this would be implementing recommendations.
Okay, so that'll be the milestone, implementing audit?
Well, it's bringing it back to city council because municipal code changes are required.
Okay. And then on the 34, again, part of this I think is just language, but I understand you want to leverage some work that staff is doing now on 311. And then you're talking about a vendor proposed 26 system. But I don't, to me, maybe it's not ready, but to me, this work plan isn't evident that we could read. So to have all of this put in Q4, another one that's in Q4, without any updates until then, seems like we can't track it. And this is such an urgent thing. I think we really want to be closely in the loop on the progress there.
Sure. Let me take the first response, and Megan Horgan-Taylor may want to supplement. This is ongoing work, and so we expect that we are showing results today. And so in addition to longer-term fixes for some limitations of the system that we have, this is intended to reflect, again, this staff work plan that's already underway, that we can ensure that we are sharing progress along the way throughout the year.
Sure. So would something like quarterly updates to council be something that's a fair milestone?
Let me ask Megan Horgan-Taylor to respond.
So while Megan is pulling this up, I will just note that we will be doing quarterly report outs on this as part of the Group 1 activities. So by this being in here as the nature of this line item, the council will get the information reports on a quarterly basis.
Perhaps just for clarification, I think what Assistant City Manager is referring to is, as we have for the last few years, we'll give you a quarterly report on all of the priority objectives. So this would be included among them. And I think what you're referring to, Councilmember, would be sufficient detail to see the progress that's being made in this particular case.
That's close enough.
Thank you.
And I presume that back on 31, that the CSF, the new acronym, Consultant Stewardship Framework, is the consultant study that you already have underway to sort of just look at the whole ball of wax from how do we sign them up to how do we get rid of them?
Well, hopefully not too often on the tail end of that comment, but yes.
But not
it
zero,
is.
not zero.
Correct. Not zero, yes, depending on performance.
Okay, thank you. And I had the same question as on item 36. I think that's really good, but the existing program is not enough. So the same thing as Councilmember Liu. So I think that's a really good priority to have in here and stated correctly, but okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So under item 36, which is this is about efficiency that we're going to deliver different transportation programs. We have how this will fold into the bike and pedestrian transportation plan. One of the things that was talked about was stop signs, and I think one of the discussions has been whether there should be a policy that I don't think is yet in the bike plan, where we do not support through traffic crossing across bike boulevards and bike lanes. And so maybe that's the appropriate place that we make sure that that come back under the bike plan as at least it's on the list for council consideration. We can then decide what position we want to take on that. The daylighting was brought up, and under state law, this is actually law now, as we all know, that cars can't park within, in most circumstances, 20 feet of the curb. But we don't have the capability to red curb every one of those locations in the city, but we do have priority locations. Once again, our safe routes to school, our bike lanes. And other cities have already moved forward on this. And if we're talking about government efficiency, then in my mind, we should put down here that we want to see high priority areas daylighted promptly. I think about kind of inefficiency we had on Bryant and Lincoln. On Bryant, there was a red curb painted, and instead of 20 feet, it was 120 feet, literally. A house and a half of red curb. Everybody scratched their, what is this about? So we still have that there almost a year later, but we don't have any of the 20-foot daylighting that to my knowledge. So I think we need to prioritize and just go do the high priority ones. We're just painting what is required by law, but we're only doing it in our highest priority locations and just knock them off one after another, highest priority locations. Similarly, I think about this Crescent Park traffic calming project that has gone on for years, and consultants. It's a project that I was surprised when it was consultants at all, and then it's gone on years and years. And we really need to reflect on our processes not working well when that goes on for years, and huge expense of dollars that we don't have. And I think it goes back to too often feeling like we have to have perfection. If there are different opinions on neighbors and staff can't reconcile it, bring it to the council and let us see if we're ready to make a decision and move the ball forward. Last item is on 37. I was glad to see that this relocation is there as we move out of our current public safety building to the new one. For the city manager, or whoever may know, the leases for what the utility department will be vacating and the development center, do they have expiration dates that we would have to renew if we were not out of there in a certain time?
They do, and I believe Elwell Court, this is the utilities engineering lease, is up first, which is why we are showing what arguably, and staff will argue, is a very aggressive timeline, but nonetheless one that will allow us to make the moves in time to not have to extend.
So my understanding was that the appraisal of the space we're vacating will happen after we vacate it. I'm really wondering whether we can't move that forward and begin that process sooner.
It is underway.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Richter.
Just a couple Me Too's on the daylighting. I think we should prioritize that and get the high priority spots. And also, cars crossing bike lanes. There's 2 of those intersections near my house, and when I bike through there, I'm always scared. People zip through there so fast. They should be 4-way stops and not expose me to crossing traffic. Okay, thank you.
We want to keep you safe. We need you here. Okay, this is a very helpful discussion. I want to support again what the Vice Mayor said. I think that if we tried out a part-time hourly staff assistant for all 7 council members at, say, half-time, I think it would be more efficient, because right now, I feel badly. I bug an awful lot of different people with overlapping tasks, and it just feels like then they have to talk to each other in many ways on the admin side. And also, because I do a lot of work between utilities and others, their staff are doing wonderful things to try to engineer fixes for this, but it's just, everything's decentralized. So I think if there weren't a different person signing me up for a conference, than the person making travel arrangements for the conference, than the person sending me info about agendas, speaking times, and expectations for the conference, that's different than the person making the calendar changes when I'm away at the conference, that's different from the person who is doing my expense report, who's different from the person making sure that that's paid, it seems like it'd be more efficient. And God forbid when I try to be efficient and do 2 different things on one trip, drive to Sacramento and do one thing for Cal Cities and another for NCPA, and then it gets split out again. It's just, I feel badly. We go round and round, and it's staff is doing their best. But, a person like that could also track a lot of stuff that other more senior staff oversees. They could track our continuing ed requirements, our FPPC filings. They set up our remote meetings. They know what we're doing when several of us have them here for other bodies. There's just a lot that one person could handle without all of the taking away of people who have so much else on their plate. So that's something that I would second and like to see added to this list. I think it's fairly minor. I think if it doesn't work out, we can change our minds. I know it's often done in other cities, and because the clerk is doing all this good work to monitor what that looks like, and finding that sometimes it's in the clerk's office, sometimes it's in the city's manager's office, there's different things. If we were to bless going ahead with that, then as she learns what that could and should look like and could make some good professional decisions about how to manage that, because I think what I've been hearing from staff is they would still rather see, if we were to have a person like that, that person reside within the clerk's office, then all of that work will be useful in making it a success. So that would be my proposal. In fact, I will move that we add an item like that, and I'm curious if we could have a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there a discussion? Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I thought we already had a clarification that the clerk is coming back with an analysis of what functions and costs there would be. I'm not ready to make a decision that we want to go in that direction. Frankly, I think most of us make our own arrangements in those regards. And we really have, in this budget time, we should have a serious discussion on whether we should really be adding staff to support those. I think maybe the council will support that, but as of right now, we already had a direction to come back and analyze it. and this seems to be leapfrogging that direction. So I won't support it.
Thank you. What I was suggesting is that that direction is being followed and would be useful in implementing the subject of this motion. Councilmember Rectal.
I mean, there's other people in the city that travel. Could we have someone who's already on the payroll, working, doing expense reports for other people, be assigned to the council also?
If I may, the city clerk's office does handle all of council's travel arrangements. That's including pre-travel authorizations as well as travel expense reports after travel.
And that's the office as a whole. There are different people from time to time and people moving through, and I know you're working out exactly who. And when it's in utilities, that's now kind of coming over, and we're trying to sort that out as well, because it didn't used to be too different for that.
Yeah, it gets a little complicated, I think, with specific council members, like Mayor Vinker, where she sits on the NCPA. So prior to a few staffing arrangements, the utility staff was coordinating directly with Mayor Vinker on her travel for NCPA. Now we've shifted that to the clerk's office, but in general, as if council members attend, for example, League of California Cities or any other maybe events, not only conferences, that is routed through the clerk's office.
And do we think that's the most efficient way of doing it?
I believe so. Yes, I agree with that arrangement. I think council members as a whole don't frequently travel too often, so it hasn't necessarily been a burden when it comes to the council as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's simply an opportunity cost. I do all that. I do my own calendaring I do a lot of those things, and it's just an opportunity cost. It's as simple as that. I could do more for the city if I wasn't doing the admin stuff. And I think it's a fairly cheap thing. And in fact, I would say that we could even, since we're coming to the end of the fiscal year, and now that I've learned that the council contingency is going to wear out, for less than half of what's left in it, we could cover this on a pilot basis and see if it works and is more efficient for all of the variety of tasks. And I wouldn't have to interrupt people who are doing other work with helping me. And I just think it would be simpler and more efficient. And I think that's how it's done in the rest of the city. If we were working, only evenings and a few hours a week, it'd be different. But I think most of us put in an awful lot more than that. So. Oh, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Well, just to pick up that piece of the thread, I'll add that I think what this question shines a light on is our workload and support scoped appropriately to reflect the amount of work that we do. I call us a great, what's up? No worries. Go to the
We're trying to discern if we did public comment. We did that at the very, very beginning.
Okay. No. I refer to us as a great little city. We're not very large in population, but we have an immense footprint and reputation that is international in impact and in renown. And I know the number of hours we each put in weekly and monthly, I'm sure varies by person and also by time of year and what committees and whatnot we're on. But I am struck that to do this job well, it is a full-time job. And the trouble then is, okay, how do you get the full-time job done when it's really not treated like a full-time job? So I hire somebody, I have an assistant, I pay an hourly wage to help with my calendaring. I'm self-employed, so I don't have, an office to go to, I don't have a team, there are upsides and downsides to that. It's sort of me, myself, and I have discovered I need that kind of assistance just to keep up with the requests for our calendar. Others of you seem to handle it on your own, and I applaud that. I have found myself feeling a little embarrassed and bewildered at what I would call third-tier events where none of us is there or one of us runs in at the last minute and they're thrilled that someone from the city showed up. We can't talk to each other about our RSVPs because of the Brown Act. We don't have any, if something where RSVPs required, that's what I would call a tier 1 event, and someone at the city on staff is gonna know, do we have coverage? Is the mayor coming? If not, is the vice mayor coming? But if it's not at that level, but it would still behoove us as a city to have somebody show up, I would love for somebody to be tracking, do we have coverage? And we can't accomplish that with a reply to all to each other. So I do see how, I've never traveled for the city, so I don't have city-related travel expenses, but I do feel that better calendar coordination is something that maybe a centralized person who had access to all of us, could really assist with. So I'm in favor of trying it out for sure. And I think we might all benefit differently, but I think it does ultimately get to this question of, we're not some sleepy little village on a hill where we occasionally do some work. Like, this is constant. And I do think a little bit more support would probably make some of us more effective, more functionally at, a higher level of game.
Thank you. And I think even if we Brown Act-wise could, it would be nice to have somebody, relationship with the community-wise, coordinating opportunities where perhaps it would be beneficial to have a council member there. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, just to clarify, and Kyle, you can correct me if I have this wrong, we can communicate with each other on intention to attend community events. It's only we can't talk about the substance of items that will come before the council, either publicly at that event, comment on it, in a way that if we had a majority of the council there, or privately. But there's nothing that prohibits us from sharing who's going to be at what event.
Okay, and I might note they could also coordinate office hours and rescheduling of office hours when people email me and need to reschedule. It just gets to be an awful lot of stuff that I really want to do, but I have to limit it because anyway, I see no further light. So do you have motion language? And we can work on that. Oh, my iPad's going out. Thank you.
Could I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Is this analysis is already going on right now? So are we just confirming what's happening, or are we trying to take a step beyond that?
We're trying to take a step beyond that to actually say that we will have a temporary part-time person, and then how exactly what the scope of those duties would be will be informed by the analysis that I understand is a couple, 2-3 weeks away, like very soon. So by the time they could even get around to implementing this, we would have the full analysis that the clerk could do. If you want to wait for that to see if there's a need, I just think that it's clear there's a need. It's more of are there ideas from other cities that she will uncover that could be informative as we implement it?
Right, but this is coming before the budget, now before the finance committee and the budget is done. So are we automatically adding that with this motion? I mean, it seems to me that, the reason I'm asking
if that's an impediment to you, then, and you all may not want to do this either, but like I said, it's small enough. It's so small in the scheme of our budget that it fits within less than half of the remainder of the council contingency fund, I believe. Is that correct? I should find out.
Yeah, I'm not presuming anything about where the budget is going, and it is a small amount of money, but it's greater than zero.
Yes.
And it just seems that we're allocating money before we do the full analysis. I mean, what if it turns out that this really should be, 2 hours a week in 8 different departments, and it's already taken up in the budget?
I don't know that that's the nature of the analysis, but I could let the city clerk, if you're willing to speak to that.
Yeah, what's the outcome of your work going to be?
So, excuse me. I was tasked with benchmarking council support services within the clerk's scope. So I'm planning to relay a memo to council on my findings on different cities, different jurisdictions throughout California on how city clerk's offices support their council and what services they're providing.
And so then we would need to, are you suggesting we agendize that as its own action item and have a whole thing?
I just, first of all, just wondered what it was. I remember we gave her an assignment. I couldn't
Got it.
recall from whatever it was, 8 months ago, 6 months ago, what it was.
I think we called it council support benchmarking, was basically, we're benchmarking clerk and council support services.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too hung up on process of this one little thing, but it seems like it'd be better to get that report and suggest that it's probably going to be an item that we should look at in the budget. If there's a short-term need that's more urgent, and you've got the council contingency funds that you want to try for a pilot, I wouldn't object to that.
Thank you. Then I would propose that we do it as a pilot, a short-term pilot with the council contingency funds for 6 months. And then that would get us through the budget process, and you can decide whether you want to continue it. Is that acceptable to the seconder?
Maybe to just, for the length of time, 6 months to a year, I just caution it might be challenging to find somebody willing to do a role that's 6 months.
Good point.
Well, there we go, perfect. But yeah, I support that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Liu.
So if we're going to go ahead and approve all of the Group 1 objectives, would now also be the time for me to request that we add to the motion that item 36 is, I suppose, rephrased and brought to the council on consent? What's the right way to potentially get a more substantive edit to one of these priorities?
Other than suggesting the edit tonight?
Yes.
Well, I think it depends on what you're looking for. I believe we do need some direction as to what revisions you would like to see.
Okay, I think it is, this is a late and expensive meeting, as people would say, and we could go through quite a bit of discussion with our chief transportation official on what the right way to phrase a goal around daylighting or implementation of other traffic calming projects could be. I think having some element of implementation beyond just exploring options or council review of programs is something that a few of us mentioned. So that is a material update. That's not something that can just be interpreted from the existing language.
Understood. So if I'm hearing the suggestion correctly, I think having this be a referral back to staff to bring back perhaps on consent.
Okay.
That might be an efficient way to handle this.
Would the maker and seconder be open to amending the motion to that effect?
Yes.
Or,
Yes.
okay, yes. So to approve Council Group 1 objectives with the, and then I guess I'd also add a comma excluding objective 36, which will be referred to staff and return to council.
I would note, as you're formulating your motion, that we did not go through the council values category.
Yes, yes, I forgot. I was going to say that too.
And Councilmember Byrd, I'll get to you. I know you're holding on some comments on this, but I would just procedurally want to see if people have comments on the council values section, in which case I would suggest we hold them until this comes back, just because we're 15 minutes after our time. I know there's people waiting on us for the closed session. or if not, we can go ahead with the motion as written, but I'm happy to hear that people have comments there and want to defer that. But why don't I start with Councilmember Burt?
Well, first on the values, I thought we edited and voted on the values.
I did not mean, we don't mean the values separate. We mean the section of the priority objectives that's under the council values heading. There's a whole nother section. So,
oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
all right.
That's what we meant.
Second, when Director Late was up and we were talking about some refinements to one or two of the objectives, the understanding I had was that staff was taking our input and would return with edits. Now we're going into specific motion edits, and I happen to fully agree with this latest one on the daylighting. But the question, now I'm turning to the city manager, do you need us to go through each of these things and make motions? Or are you taking in ones like the daylighting where we had some degree of consensus expressed on the council and we don't need to be giving you explicit direction? You're taking down notes and you're going to come back and we'll approve the revisions.
Well, I think there are a couple of options there, and where I thought you were headed was that we would take the input and run with it. If, on the other hand, the council's expectations are that we would bring all of the objectives back to confirm that that you're comfortable with the revisions, we could do that as well, but that would be a larger undertaking.
Well, I think if we were to go through all the revisions that we've talked about tonight and give them the specific level that we're trying to do in this motion, we'd be here real late.
Yeah. I'm a little confused, Councilmember Burt, because I asked at the end of each one of the sections if there were any motions or any things to change the written thing, or if there was enough understanding. And
well, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that my understanding was that staff had said, yes, we understand your input and we'll incorporate it. And if we need to have motions like this to have it incorporated, then we're going to take a step back tonight. Right. And so my suggestion is that first on the objective 36, that staff heard us and that we are anticipating that they'll return with a revision that will reflect the council input. So that's the first part. And then I had I also have a comment on use of the council contingency fund. You know, we're in a budget year and budget period where we're reducing staffing. We're not going to be able to provide the community with all of the programs that we'd like to, and many of them would like us to. And I think it's a real bad look for us to add a position where we're not adding positions throughout the organization. And there are other places in the organization that there are good arguments for adding positions. This is not the only one. But we're signaling out ourselves to have a position added when we're cutting positions throughout the organization. And I think it's a wrong signal, and I think it should go through the budget process and have that be informed by what we've already assigned the clerk to do, and she's nearly complete with it. This is trying to leapfrog a process we had established and a process that's coming forward. And the notion that we would say, well, approve the decision, then we'll get the information on what the position might do and whether we really need it. That's out of order in my mind, and I think it's really wrong.
so where are we on the first part of this? Are we feeling that with respect to the highlighted area and just the first, I think that you're looking for direction as to whether or not you need to come back on those things, is that correct? And so I think that, Councilmember Burt, you're suggesting yes?
Well, let me ask, what was staff intention on what they were going to do with all the other input?
Well, I believe in general, the feedback we heard can be accommodated within what we have written. Now, there will be some variance from that, and those would be, quite frankly, what we would expect to be in a motion.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
If our write-up as currently exists does not capture what the council's direction are for each one of these assignments, that's where we could use a specific direction.
Oh, gee, an hour ago, I was led to a different understanding. And at several points in this conversation, whether it was Director Late said, no, we can capture that and reflect it in changes, or Mr. Andrade, who said, oh, yes, we agree, and we want to incorporate in the economic development points that I had made, and he was in agreement, said we will do it. And now I'm hearing it needs to be in a motion.
So I think there's an important distinction there, where staff agreed that it was reflected in what we are bringing forward.
My understanding was that they were agreeing it was reflected in their intent, not in the wording, though. And that the wording would then be updated to reflect what we were in agreement on tonight is the intent.
So hearing that, I think the key distinction is whether our incorporating the feedback needs to come back to council.
Well, that's my next question. So this comes back quarterly, so we're March. But this is the first cut for this year, is that right? So when would this come back with whatever, both updates on implementation and whatever updates on the verbiage?
Well, we have, I believe, and let me ask Ms. Alamos to confirm, we have treated the quarters literally as calendar quarters. So the first quarter will end at the end of this month. And much, if not most of what you have in front of you is already underway. So we will report at the close of March 31st. It will take a bit of time to pull the report together, but then bring that back to council. I think what we've talked about that's different this year, that has not been done in years past, is to actually make that a discussion item for the council.
So the changes that we've talked about tonight, I put in maybe three categories. One where staff said, we agree, that's consistent with our intent. It's maybe not yet captured in the wording, but we intend to capture that. My understanding was the wording would get updated to capture what they and we agreed on. Second, we had some that we had a consensus on the council that was in a direction to staff. For instance, the daylighting. And whether consensus like that is then being taken by staff, whether they agreed or not with it, and they intend to fold it in to the updates. Third is something that we might put in a motion. So I think we all need an understanding of all this work we're doing tonight, how's it being treated?
Sure, and I would agree with the first portion of what you just described, where staff agreed it was part of the intent and we can adjust the wording to reflect that. Did not, let me just be explicit, we did not, and I did not expect that through that exchange, that meant it needed to come back to council one more time for approval.
And my point is that it might not. If we're trusting that the next time we'll see it on the quarterly report, it'll be incorporated.
Right.
And we would at that time have an opportunity to change. If we say, I don't know, well, you got 9 of them right, but not this one, that we should have that opportunity, but we're not going to go through this process again. We've gone through it in detail tonight.
Let's hear your other two categories.
The second category, which is the daylighting or traffic calming issue, I would argue, would benefit from coming back with revised language, which is where we had suggested bringing it back as a consent item. So you could specifically see and confirm that we've captured that accurately. Now that said, if we'll be back within the next, I'll say, month or two with the first quarterly report, you'll have an opportunity to look at it at that time as well.
And I think that's consistent with what I was endeavoring to do at the end of each section to say, are there any motions? In other words, things that really needed to be given different direction. That was why I made this motion, because it's not there and it is different. So I think we're good with that, and I appreciate that quarterly we'll have the chance to look at them and we could amend them then if we don't see.
In that case, can you split the motion?
Certainly. Is there further discussion? Okay. So go ahead and manage it however.
Which part of the motion to split?
I think we want to split off the additional objective B from just the, well, the way it's written. So basically, we need to approve the priority objectives, and that's what, yeah, so I think it would be the bullet below B. Yeah. So we could vote on that first, or whichever you want to do. Probably we should vote on the other one first, I think, because then it's either incorporated
First one
or
should have
not.
been an A and the second one a B.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
If I might suggest, Mayor, just for clarity, it's group one objectives, not including the council values category of objectives.
Thank you. Unless, are people expecting to have comments on that section that they would like to have a discussion before approval? I'm getting a no, a no, a no, a no.
Okay, we'll take it.
Then I think I'm going to leave it included, and if anyone would like to speak against that, now's the time. Not seeing that. Thank you for reminding us, City Manager. We will not exclude that. But I do want to say to the people that are sitting in the back of the room, thank you for those. They were great.
All right. Voting on the motion on the screen. Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Now taking the vote for the second motion. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel?
No.
Councilmember Burt?
No.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, thank you all. And so let's continue the
Committees.
the committees and the work
Can I speak
plans.
to the no vote?
I'm sorry.
I
Oh,
think-
yes, I'm sorry.
yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
Please go
Yeah.
ahead.
I agree that there's a need, and I apologize, but I think the optics of us adding a staff when we're telling the rest of the community to cut, that's made me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I've said my piece, so I won't speak further. Councilmember Burt, do you want to say anything more?
No, we normally speak before we vote.
So we will continue the ad hoc committee descriptions and the work plans to a future agenda. I will note, though, that we do have our objectives in early March, it is not May like last year, so at least, yay, we got that done. And thank you all to staff for the hard work on them and for sticking around. Whether or not we spoke to you, we're glad you're here, we appreciate it, and we're looking forward to working with you on implementing them. So thank you so much. And with that, we will move to our second closed session of the evening. This time it is, in fact, the public employee appointment city attorney. item. We took public comment earlier, but if there's anyone who wants to make public comment now, the clerk is telling me there is not, so that is closed. So may I have a motion to move into closed session?
I so move.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
Confirming that was Vice Mayor Stone who seconded?
Yes.
All right.
Councilmember Stone.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Yes. All right, we are back from closed session, but because it is late, we are not done with our work, so we will be continuing this until resuming at 5:15 on Wednesday. And I think that's all I have for now. All right, so with that, tonight's meeting is, I guess, not formally adjourned. It's continued until Wednesday at 5:15. All right, thank you.